think we do. So I think we are back. I think we are connected. I think the connection is actually a little bit better right now. I do apologize to everyone that came in, but happy Thursday. Good morning to everybody. We're going to be talking about the insiders on this war, right? The insiders of the Trump administration. You got a lot of people who are speaking out right now about this war, and um, and actually the real turning point of this war, right? And so a lot of people are breaking silence right now and they're speaking up about what's happening. And so we're going to go ahead and get into it right here. We got multiple videos to show and we're going to be talking about it today. So tune in, hit that like button on the way in, and just be respectful in the chat. There's going to be a lot of people going back and forth in the chat. And so make sure you guys are respectful, okay? So let's get into a few videos that's talking about this topic in Iran. So let's go ahead and get this started this morning. Hmm. That's facts. Sure did. Yeah, I find that hard to believe. I think that, like I said earlier before the video went out, I think that Donald Trump absolutely underestimated this regime. I think that Donald Trump absolutely underestimated Iran, right? And quite frankly, he didn't think that it would be this difficult to actually go in and control what the objective was, right? So, I mean, we really don't even have a clear objective at this point as to even why we are even infiltrating this country, right? We don't even have a clear objective. So for him to actually say that is just really telling to me. It's really showing that he's not being truthful, right? Very disingenuous about the allies right here. So let's go back and just listen to what he said. I find it quite disingenuous that he would say this. Mm, yeah, okay. He in some cases he's only contacting the allies to see who's gonna help, to see who will have their back, just in case. Really, President Trump? No, you actually need the allies at this point because you can't get control of the strait. Our military cannot grasp control of the Hormuz. We just can't. Iran and quite frankly, we underestimated this regime. That's just the truth. That is just the facts. Good morning, Karina. Good morning. How you doing? But yeah, quite frankly, we underestimated this regime. That's exactly what happened, and it's showing. But yeah, good morning, Karina. Hope you're doing well. When he feel it in his bones, this guy asked him, when is this war gonna be over? When I feel it, when I feel it in my bones, right? That right there tells us what this president do not have. He didn't have a clear objective. He didn't have a clear plan as to why he was going into the war, and he don't have a clear strategy on how he's going to exit this war, right? So he says it's going to be over soon. We've heard 2 weeks, we've heard 4 weeks, we heard 6 weeks. I mean, he don't have a clear plan as to what he's doing, right? We literally put a failed businessman in office as the president, making all of these decisions. And right now, the American people, we are paying the prices for this. At the end of the day, we are the ones who are suffering from this, right? Y'all see the gas prices. Y'all see the diesel. Diesel is 5.45 in Texas right now. Diesel is 5.45 in Texas right now. 5.45. So y'all think about that. 5.45. And it's only going to continue to rise, y'all. Price is only going to continue to rise. Let me fix this real quick. I want to make sure that okay, cool. Yeah, so prices are going to continue to rise, and this president is going to continue to give us excuses every single day. He's going to excuses, excuses, excuses. He's not going to have real answers as to what are we doing here in Iran? What are we doing there? What's the plan? What's the strategy? You're not going to get any real answer from this president, and that's exactly why Joe Kent pulled away from this Trump administration. That's exactly why he resigned, because he understood that these guys do not have a real strategy. They do not have a real plan. And he already know what's going on. We're going to hear about what's happening. Good morning to everybody this morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. Somebody said regime change. No, it's not about regime change, y'all. Come on. Come on. We got to think smarter than that, and we're gonna get into a video where Scott Ritter is gonna break it down as well. He's gonna break it down as to what's really happening right now from his point of view. But shout out to everybody. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in. Good morning to everybody. Happy Thursday. Hope everybody's having a great morning so far. All right. Shout out to all my moderators as well. Here we go. I wonder why he resigned. Why did you resign? Please let us know. Good morning to everybody. Good morning. And right now, the national average, somebody put 339. The national average right now for fuel prices, gasoline, 388. That's the national average right now, 388, and it's going to continue to rise. It's going to continue, and diesel right now in Texas is 545. That's the highest I've seen it for diesel, 545. And you know what happens when the diesel start rising, right? And the owner operators can't operate how they need to. The trucking companies are struggling, right? It's gonna be a trickle effect, right? When the truck drivers are the truck companies are being hit with these high diesel prices, it's gonna trickle down. It's gonna trickle down, right? Everything is gonna be affected, literally. Your food is gonna skyrocket. Everything is gonna go up, and this is all because of the president and his ridiculous plan to evade this country who was no threat to the United States. And we're gonna find out the truth today. So go ahead and keep tuning in, everybody. Keep tuning in. We're gonna find out what's really happening. Michael, no. Michael, no, I do not support this president. Mm. very small number. Yo, we're gonna get obliterated on the ground. 1,200 troops on the ground, bro. In that terrain, in that environment, bro. I'm telling y'all right now, Iran is in for the long haul, right? They Iran has a defensive strategy. Like everything that this president is saying, oh, we've obliterated their regime, we've obliterated their air force, their navy, we've obliterated blah 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 blah. Man, y'all, we obliterated their missiles. No, no, you have not. No, you have not. You've obliterated so much, and it's so funny because we know that Iran has. I mean, they literally have a shit ton of drones. Like they have a shit ton of drones. And the thing is, we don't know exactly how much they have in the arsenal. That's the problem. Nobody knows how much they actually have in the arsenal. And nobody knows like it's like they're like 10 steps ahead of the United States. Like the United States do this or Israel do this, they're sending more drones, more drones, more drones everywhere. And right now they're taking out these different buildings and infrastructures in the neighboring Gulf, like their neighboring friends, literally, right now. Because you look at what the United States is doing and Israel is doing, they're setting up in Qatar, they setting up in Dubai, they setting up in the UAE, like they're setting up in these places and they're shooting missiles from these regions, right, of the Gulf. And so, what we're going to notice is it's almost like the United States is trying to make the neighboring friends like it's like it's almost like we're trying to cause conflict within the Gulf so that they can start fighting each other or make it seem like these missiles are coming from these areas. It's weird, it's crazy, but hey, Iran is fighting back. They are fighting back. They're sending missiles everywhere. They don't have any that could, but we're gonna read some other things too because apparently there's a report that came out yesterday or last night. Let me see. I'm just gonna go over this. Yeah, this came out. This came out 6 hours ago. Actually, this article came out 6 hours ago. That the U.S. Here we go. The U.S. detects drones over base where Rubio himself live or lives. So they brought this out right here. We don't know what's going on. The U.S. official detected unidentified drones above an army base in Washington, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth lives. The Washington Post reported Wednesday, citing three people briefed it on the situations. Okay, so the drones over Fort McNair prompted officials to weigh relocating Rubio and Hegseth, the report said. So, telling y'all, man, we don't, we don't know, we don't know what Iran is capable of. We don't know who's assisting Iran. We don't know. We've heard rumors that Russia may be assisting Iran. We heard rumors that China may be assisting Iran. We do not know what's happening. We don't know. I'm telling y'all, Iran is. I think they're 10 steps ahead. I think they have a plan, a defensive plan. And right now, quite frankly, we don't know what to do. That's why we're asking for help. Literally, the president is asking for aid so that he can get some assistance to try to figure out how to take control of the strait. He can't figure it out. And you gonna send in ground troops? What, bro? Our ground troops is gonna get obliterated. And it's talking about only 1,200 people on the ground. Really? Somebody said that's bullshit. Stop the false info. Oh, what is false info because it's not coming from Fox News? It's false info because it's not coming from the right, right? What did I say that was false? Don't just say like stop the false news. Let me know what it is that I said that was false, right? And then we can discuss it. But a lot of you zombies that come in my lives, that's just what you do, right? A lot of you right wing zombies, you're just retarded. Let's keep going. Yo, they said Iran have so much in their arsenal. They have missiles they have missiles and weaponry from the 70s, right? They have technology from the 70s that they've been wanting to use, that they've been wanting to get rid of for a long time. And they said they're now finally being able to use it. And they don't know how much they have of that supply. They said they've been working on it for years, like 20 plus years, 30 plus years. They've been working on these weapons, these missiles. What do they call it? What do they call it? I can't think of the name of the missiles that they have from the 70s, but they've been waiting to use these. They have a shit ton of it. But they've been working on other things as well, but they've been trying to use these missiles for a while, not just like use them like just randomly, but they have a lot in their arsenal. But like y'all believe Donald Trump, literally y'all believe this president when he say that we've totally obliterated their missile capabilities, their nuclear capabilities, bro. No, we have not. No, we have not. Like literally, and we're gonna find out from somebody on the that's somebody knows what's happening. We're gonna find out after this video. We're really gonna get into it. Th- Well, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Mm-hmm. Sure can. I'm telling y'all, we don't want to send. We do not want to put the. That's gonna be a suicide mission. No sound. Really? No sound at all? Is it really no sound, y'all? Y'all can hear y'all can hear the video? Let me know if y'all can hear the video. Maybe they're just trolling. I think somebody might be trolling. Can you guys not hear the video? Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you can hear the video. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Can't hear. I paused it. I paused it, guys. I paused it. So you guys haven't heard any of the video that's been going on? Okay, so Adam said he hear it. Some of you might have to go out and come back in. You might have to go out and come back in. I'm not playing it right now. I'm not playing it right now. You can't hear the segment. What in the world? How can you not? How can you not hear it? All right, here we go. What about now? Let me know. Can you hear it now? Let me know if you can hear it now. Can you hear the video?
Air defense and air protection. Right? There's nothing really keeping the Israeli military from pulling out of Iran and focusing entirely on Lebanon. The U.S. is already fighting the war Netanyahu wanted for him. Right? Israeli air power is not adding a whole lot to that, so we could see that happen. They could keep going in Lebanon for a while if they continue to enjoy U.S. air defenses, resupply of interceptors, and now the ground munitions, tank and artillery shells that they need to fight in Lebanon. The political side of that, I'm less sure of. I think we're heading towards a nearly unprecedented level
Can you hear the video,
of
JC?
rockets and drones and missiles actually hitting things inside Israel, not being intercepted. So I don't know how long Israeli people will put up with that before demanding political change, but so far Netanyahu has been pretty successful at keeping public support, or at least preventing substantive opposition to starting new wars, especially over the past 2 years.
What about, Harrison Mann, and if you can just say what the DIA does, what you resigned from, the Defense Intelligence Agency?
Yeah, so it's sort of like a miniature CIA, and it performs a lot of the same analytic functions. So my office was responsible for assessing strategic intentions and military capabilities of all of the countries in the Middle East, figuring out what they were going to do and what the status of their armed forces were.
Okay, my bad, guys. My bad. My bad on the audio and the video. Apparently, I hit the wrong button, but I appreciate every y'all. Look at my moderator, Danny. Shout out to Danny for showing all the love in the chat this morning. Thank you so much, Danny, for all the 100s and the gifts. I appreciate that, Danny. Good morning. Everybody say good morning to Danny, live from DC. DC is in the building. Dude making the rounds on news seem suspicious. Okay. But shout out to Danny, my moderator. Good morning, Danny. Live from Washington, D.C. She's from D.C. D.C. checking in. I'm in Texas right now. So shout out to everybody. Let me know where you are in the chat. Everybody, let us know where you're located in the chat right now. Let us know where you're located. We're going to get right back into the video. Shout out to my moderator, Danny, showing all the love with all the gifts. I appreciate you, Danny. I appreciate you more than you know. I appreciate you more than you know, Danny. And so Germany thought they down all RAF planes in World War II as they been instructed to not intercept fighters, just bomber. They invaded and they lost due to assumptions, battles of Britain. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. All right, we're going to get back into the video. Shout out to everybody that's here right now.
So right now they're probably looking very closely at how many Iranian missiles and Navy assets and other strategic assets are left.
And can you talk about, during the U.S. war on Iraq, when the U.S. invaded, Bush would always talk, President George W. Bush, about the coalition of the willing. To say the least, we're talking about, at this moment, doesn't look like there's any coalition. You have Italy saying, and this is a leader of Italy, right, Giorgia Meloni, diplomacy needs to prevail. Estonia, when talking about this coalition, it's a bit rich. Spain, the objective must be for the war to end. Australia, we won't be sending a ship to the Strait of Hormuz. Germany, it's not NATO's war. The significance of Trump first cast.
Did y'all hear Did y'all hear all of those European nations are not supporting this war? Hold up, maybe y'all missed that. I think I missed a few countries on there. Hold on. What were all the countries that are not supporting this war? I think Germany, Australia. Let's go back and listen.
This is a right leader of Italy, right, Giorgia Meloni. Diplomacy needs
Hold
to
on.
prevail.
Hold on.
Bush would always talk, President George W. Bush, about the coalition of the willing.
Yeah.
To say the least, we're talking about, at this moment, doesn't look like there's any coalition. You have Italy.
Somebody said Iran is just buying their time not to run out. Bro, that's the perfect strategy, though. I don't think that's what y'all understand. Like, that's all they need to do is buy time, right? Because we don't really know how much they have. That's the problem. Like the the recon is, the recon and um just we just really don't know how much they have, and that's the problem because apparently they spent a lot of money on drones. They have a shit ton of drones, is what I'm hearing. And if they can continue to just send drone after drone after drone after drone after missile after missiles, right? Like I was telling y'all, they have a lot of old missiles from the 70s that they've been working on for 30 plus years. And they can literally exhaust, right? They can exhaust those missiles because they've been working on more modern missiles, but they can exhaust all of those missiles and still have enough artillery to wear out Israel and United States defense systems, because the United States and Israel is going to be spending more money trying to intercept these things uh, than Iran will actually send in the drones. That's the crazy part. So the United States is going to have to try to find a way to mitigate some of the cost if they want to win this war.
Saying, and this is a right leader of Italy, right, Giorgia Meloni, diplomacy needs to prevail. Estonia, when talking about this coalition,
Danny, thank you for the gifts, Danny. Once again, I appreciate that, Danny.
it's a bit rich. Spain, the objective must be for the war to end. Australia, we won't be sending a ship to the Strait of Hormuz. Germany, it's not NATO's war. The significance of Trump first castigating all these.
Yeah, the same thing in the vein. No one knows America's stockpile leader. That's true. That's true. But we know for a fact that we are spending billions of dollars on these freaking defense interceptors. Billions and billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. And I wonder who's paying for that.
These allies, and then saying they have to do something here, and they saying they won't.
Yeah, I mean, and just historically, it takes a lot for European leaders not to follow the U.S. into a Middle East intervention. If you look at Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, and the general complacency there. So I think this is the latest fissure Trump is creating in the NATO alliance and the U.S.-Europe relationship, where he's transgressed so much that Europeans are not willing to assist. But I do want to note that
Yeah, because they know Israel dragged him into this war. Say again? It don't. It don't. No, it don't work. I mean, you might have one small enough to fit. Let me see. What you trying to put that in there? Let me see. It might fit in there. Oh yeah, it work. Where's the thing? Oh, it's on the side. You good? It ain't working. It's lit up. Might want to try the other side. Try the other side. There it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Make sure y'all double tap that screen. Cost is not tied to just Patriot or THAAD system. We use multiple different interceptor types for different applications. Okay, Lord Noroko. Roku. NATO is for defending, not attacking, and the only country to use Article 5 is the United States, with Afghanistan, where Trump said we didn't do ish. That's facts. That's facts. Was it Afghanistan we used Article 5? Didn't Trump promise to do something about the regime right after the massacre? Did he? Did he promise that? He promised a lot of things. What do you think? Why is that hard? What do you think they've not attacked any U.S. base in a NATO country? Iran knows this. Okay, I think y'all having a conversation amongst each other. We're gonna get back to the video. Matter of fact, we're gonna move on from this video because was it Iraq? We're gonna move on from this video because I got one from Scott Ritter. I want y'all to hear Scott Ritter. He had some shit to say. He had a lot of things to say. So, matter of fact, before we move on to Scott Ritter, we're gonna listen to the foreign minister from Iran. We're gonna listen to what he had to say as well. This actually came out
Are
today.
you tired of dealing with an old, inefficient system
So
like this and looking for a more affordable?
we're gonna listen to what he had to say. The foreign minister of Iran.
I'm Ali Hashim in Tehran, where Iran's foreign minister insists the system will hold despite the ongoing US-Israeli offensive, no matter the cost, as the region stands at the crossroads
He's
with
been really
far-reaching.
outspoken. Honestly, like like they selected a new supreme leader, right? But you know, literally the new supreme leader, nobody's seen him yet. Like nobody even knows. Like I don't even know if this like a bluff or what. Like Iran might be playing they might be playing poker with this one because nobody's seen the man, so they don't know. But apparently he was injured during that strike. He was injured, allegedly injured, like really bad during that strike. And he was like one of the couple people that survived. But I know like it's like his entire family was unalive, literally. Like the uh the former supreme leader was unalive. His father was unalive. His mother was unalive. His wife was unalive. The kid and a lot of people. So literally, I don't know when the new supreme leader is gonna actually come out and say something, right? But I'm sure he's probably still grieving. You got to think. Imagine you being in that situation, like your entire immediate family almost just got bombed, and you have to literally like suck it up and take command of a country. And like, bro, that's crazy. I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine having to do that. So like no one's heard from him though. So but the foreign minister is the one, he's the spokesperson of Iran right now. So we're gonna listen to him and hear what he has to say about this war in Iran.
Consequences. Stay with us as Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi talks to Al Jazeera. Mr. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, thanks.
And make sure we get the lights up, guys. Let's get the light, hit the like button. We got a lot of people that's maintaining in the chat. So go ahead and hit the like button, double tap the screen. Thank you for being here. Send some gifts to the chat. Shout out to everybody that's here right now. Sign up for the membership as well. We will be dropping videos soon. I've been doing a lot of different things, trying to tweak a lot of the systems that I'm using, but we're gonna start dropping membership videos. So be sure to check out my membership as well. So we'll get back to it right here.
Thanks for talking to Al Jazeera.
شكرا شكرا ممنون.
The first issue today is the announcement that they've assassinated Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Mr. Ali Larijani.
ولی
I do not know why the Americans and the Israelis still have not understood this point. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a strong political structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure. Of course, individuals are influential and each person plays their role, some better, some worse, some less. But what matters is that the political system in Iran is a very solid structure. We have not had anyone more important than the leader himself, and even the leader was martyred. Yet the system continued to work and immediately provided a replacement.
Y'all gotta understand, man. Y'all gotta understand the Persians, man. The Persians been around for a long time, man. Hey, The Iranian people, man. You can say what you want to say about them. You can believe that they're wicked people. You can believe this and that. But these people are resilient, bro. They've been around for a long time. Persians, y'all know, man. Even if you go back into the Bible, man, the Persians, like these are the same people. They just changed their name. you know, like Iranians been around for a long time, man. And these are some resilient people. They are a very prideful nation too. So they're not gonna go down easy, bro. They're not gonna go down easy at all. They never have went down easy. Even if you go back and look when Persia fell, like they didn't go down easy without a fight, and they still won't today. The same people today.
If anyone else is martyred, it will be the same. If the foreign minister were ever to be martyred, there would ultimately be someone else to take the position.
Thank you, Michael, man. Yeah, Iranians are Persians. That's right. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I look for. Like, I look for people that we can, dialogue and go back and forth in the chat respectfully. You disagree, I disagree. It's fine. We're like you said, we're Americans. We're all Americans. So some people in here are not Americans. I got moderators. Literally, I got moderators from the UK. I got moderators from Australia. I got a moderator from Ireland. Northern Ireland. I got a moderator from Sweden. I mean, I got people everywhere, man, everywhere, literally. But shout out to everybody that's here right now. Hit that like button on the way in.
Aren't you afraid that you might be
I don't know, man. I don't know because you're right. I mean, we're fighting the regime, true enough, but somebody has to answer for that school of 175 little kids, man. Somebody got to answer for that. Somebody dropped the ball on that. Literally, somebody miscalculated what was happening. And I don't want to hear no collateral damage or collateral this, collateral that. Nah, man, we're talking about an entire school. 175 people was unalived, mostly school girls between the age of 9 and 12. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Right, very resilient, even if I don't appreciate. Yeah, exactly. Yep, they are. Most definitely. But let's listen to the foreign minister. Let's hear what he has to say. I'm sorry for the commentary, but we're going to listen to him real quick.
one of the targets?
هر کسی ممکنه تارگت باشه.
Anyone could become a target. In recent days, we have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place.
Let's go back and listen to the question real quick, because we don't want to get what he said out of context. Let's go back to the question. What was the question? What was the question?
Even the leader was martyred, yet the system continued to work and immediately provided a replacement. If anyone else is martyred, it will be the same. If the foreign minister were ever to be martyred, there would ultimately be someone else to take the position.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
هر کسی ممکنه تارگت باشه.
Anyone could become a target. In recent days, we have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place. So far, 53 hospitals have been attacked along
53 hospitals. 53 hospitals.
with many schools. The Minab school, which has now become well known, where 168 students were killed, is the most famous example, but there have been others as well. Bank branches and many residential buildings have also been attacked. Political figures, civilians, scientists, and university professors have all been targeted. It is even possible that the foreign minister could be attacked. But like everyone else, we are standing firm and working for the goals and interests of our country, and we have no hesitation about giving our lives for it if necessary.
You are in the middle of a war, and it's an American-Israeli war on Iran. At the same time, Iran is in a wider war. It's launching rockets towards Israel, towards American bases, and also towards neighboring countries.
Somebody said there was no miscalculation. They hid weapons under children. Had. Who said that, Tom? Who said that you really, bro, y'all be really trying to paint these people like they're just that evil. That's crazy. They use old data, sadly. It did use to be a military, but that had been a few years back, so sad. Well, I mean, that's it still don't make it right. Still don't make it right. Just because the United States used old data and they sadly made a mistake and killed 168 children, that's still a war crime. Like that still don't make it right. Still don't make it right. At least that's what they say. That's what they say, right? That's what the United who did that investigation? That's what I want to know. Who did the investigation that gave you um, the conclusion to believe that that's the case? Because if the United States investigating their own crimes, I wouldn't even trust that. I wouldn't even trust that outcome. Come on now.
countries.
This year, we opened 2 new.
I would not even trust that.
ما جنگ رو گسترده نکردیم.
We did not expand the war. The war is inherently expansive. This is a point we had already warned our friends in the region about for a very simple reason. When the United States attacks us, our armed forces, our missiles, and our drones cannot reach US territory. Therefore, we are inevitably compelled to respond by striking US military bases in the region and attacking US military assets in the region. Unfortunately, these assets are spread across the entire region and regrettably are located on the territory of our friendly countries. This is the nature of this war. When the United States attacks us, coming from 10,000 miles away to strike here, it is only natural that we must respond.
به ما حمله میکنه طبیعی هستش که ما باید پاسخ
But
بدیم.
doctor, involving airports, ports, hotels, sometimes even some residential areas, and there are many people killed. I mean,
He playing chess. He playing chess, y'all. Real talk, he playing chess. He said we don't have any missile capabilities. We don't have any missiles that can reach U.S. soil. He lying, y'all. He is playing chess. Real talk. That's what we think. That's what we think. They messed up as the school has been open, but they did use old data. Okay, okay. If not, he would do him a favor. Blah 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 blah. Sweet Chili says, Iran, I saw you the first time. The states has made a huge mess in the region and will walk away with no resolution. Absolutely, G. Marshall. Absolutely, and that's what Scott Ritter is about to talk about. Literally, in the next video, Scott Ritter is gonna break it down. Um, Same reason Joe Kent resigned from his post. Joe Kent resigned literally because the United States do not have a clear plan. They do not have a clear objective as to why we're there in the first place and as to how we're going to get out of there. They don't know. They don't have a plan. They just throwing whatever out there. We're just throwing whatever out there to see what sticks. Literally, we don't. And Scott Ritter is going to literally break down how Iran was 10 steps ahead of the United States. All right, and just a quick sidebar before we get back to the video. The U.S. has detected drones over base where Rubio and Hegseth live, and that is on Fort McNair. Officials to weigh relocating Rubio and Hegseth. However, the secretary has not moved. Um, the newspaper said the U.S. military will be monitoring potential threats more closely because of the heightened alert level over the United States and Israeli war against Iran. Okay, so mm, drones detected in the region, chat. U.S. has detected drones over the military base, Fort McNair. Mm, 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 mm. And I told y'all, this foreign minister right here, he is playing chess. He is playing chess right now. Real talk. Look, the whole Iran regime is playing chess. And right now, it looks like the United States is playing checkers. Real talk.
For example, I'll give you an example from myself. I was in Doha. In Doha, all the time, we're hearing the drones, the rockets, and at the end, it's not the idea that these are clear bases, because in a way or another, there are some areas that are residential areas, businesses that are being targeted. Now, in Qatar, they're being intercepted. In some other places, they're not.
First of all, I am truly surprised that the world does not speak out about the attacks on Iran's residential areas, the attacks on schools and hospitals. Why does no one talk about these? But I can say with confidence that we have not attacked civilian targets in neighboring countries. We have not targeted them. Of course, in some places there may be collateral consequences, but that has not been our intention. However, when it comes to striking what the Americans call their bases in the region, it is natural that we have not limited ourselves only to their formal military bases. Wherever there has been a concentration of Americans, wherever they have had facilities belonging to them, those places have been targeted. Some of these may have been close to urban areas. This is not our fault. It's the Americans' fault. They evacuated their soldiers from military bases and moved them into hotels inside cities. Overall, it is the United States' behavior that has brought the region to this point. I accept that our friendly countries are upset and that the people of the region have been harmed. That is why Dr. Pezeshkian apologized to the people of the region, because as a result of US aggression against us and our response and retaliation, they may have been affected. But all of this is America's fault.
I'm gonna tell y'all, we're only controlling the narrative. Literally, we're only controlling the narrative here in the United States. That's exactly why these European nations are not aiding Donald Trump. They're not aiding us because we can't control the narrative everywhere. But we only have foolish people who actually sit here and believe the entirety of this administration and what they're saying about this war. Do your research about Islam religion and takeover 47 years ago. Gary, you do your research too, Gary. What you think I've been doing? Playing chess with cardboard cutouts. Give me a break. Okay, okay, we're gonna go ahead. We'll come back to this video. We're gonna go to the expert. We're gonna go to the expert, y'all. We're gonna go to the expert. Let me see here. Let's go to the expert. Let's go to Scott Ritter.
This is Congressman Eugene Vimmen. I made a tough decision.
I tried to hold back on this, try to get through that video with the foreign minister, but we're gonna go ahead and get to the expert so y'all can hear from who know what the hell they're talking about. Cause I know y'all don't.
And the difference between grass-fed and grass-finished still shocks people.
Into the Iran conflict. Well, everyone, we're very honored to welcome back to the podcast Mr. Scott Ritter.
Let's go,
Scott is one of the best geopolitical analysts that you can follow. And Scott, an interesting fun fact for you and all of our viewers, you actually have the most viewed video on this channel when you came on a couple of years ago talking about the Israel-Palestine conflict. That video had over 3.5 million views. And
America will not prevail in this conflict because if we don't hurry up and pull out, we're gonna have skyrocketing. Have you seen diesel? Diesel prices is at 5.45 in Texas right now. 5.45. That's the highest I've seen it when I was coming back from El Paso, right? And literally, day before yesterday. No. So yesterday it was 5.45. Day before yesterday it was 5.25 in Odessa, Texas. So prices are soaring every single day. Every single day. If we don't hurry up and figure out we don't hurry up and figure out a strategy to get the hell up out of Iran, the American people are going to be paying for all of this shit. All of this. And then the national average is 388 right now. 388 across the country. So what happens when diesel rise and owner-operator, truck drivers, trucking companies have to supplement that cost, guess what? Food prices are going to go up. Because grocery stores are going to start having to charge more money because people they're not going to be able to afford gas to drive and get what they need to get, food prices and all that shit. So we got to figure something out quick. We got to figure something out quick. I don't like how we just went into this conflict without a clear plan, without um, congressional advice. Anyways, let's get into the video.
And I'm so excited to get you back in the studio and get your latest insights into the Iran conflict. Scott, welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much. You put a lot of pressure on me now, but let's see what we can do.
Oh, no, I mean, honestly, we just want to hear, your insights. And, Scott, we're going to go ahead and start right there because I think it's very much understood that, this is Israel's war. They have finally found a United States president that has, taken the bait and gone to war because of Israel. And my first question for you is that I think we've seen Israel really expecting a military dominance, but we're now seeing these missile strikes penetrating Israeli defenses and hitting key infrastructure. From a purely military perspective, are we witnessing Israel and the United States lose control of this escalation?
What we're witnessing is Israel and the United States losing a war. And
Wait, did Scott... Sorry about that. Did y'all hear what Scott just said? Scott, what are we witnessing? Say that again. What are we witnessing again? Hold on, Scott. No way you said that, Scott. I don't believe. What's up? What's up, Connor? What's up, Connor? What did he say, y'all? Hold on. What did he say?
Are we witnessing Israel and the United States lose control of this escalation?
What we're witnessing is Israel and the United States losing a war, and losing decisively. The United States and Israel always had the ability to put bombs on target, to make things go boom. That was unquestioned. They have some of the finest technology in the world.
Turns out the government...
It's going, Connor. You see, we got the live chat going, man. Hope you're doing well this morning.
It doesn't take a military genius to make things go boom. But what's clear now, what is it? We're at day 17 or something like that. The things that are going boom aren't doing what they're supposed to do, which means retarding or degrading, diminishing the Iranian capacity to wage war. The Iranians have been prepared for everything we're doing. They're one step ahead of us the entire time. I will wager money. I don't have much, but I'll wager money on the fact that we haven't destroyed anything of significance in Iran. We were telegraphing this war.
Why not, Scott? Break it down to him, Scott. Let them know. Say it loud enough for everybody in the back. Say it loud enough to everybody who keep listening to this administration. Lie to them every single day. Say it loud enough for all of them in the back, Scott, because they need to know the truth. Because they watch Fox News every day, and they watch this president every day. Tell them lies, Scott. Scott, you need to tell them the truth, Scott. Break it down to the. Just break it down. Break it down. Break it down, Scott.
War for some time now. When I was a weapons inspector in Iraq, it came on the aftermath of Desert Storm, and I fought in the Desert Storm. I played a role in the targeting and battle damage assessment. I know how we would, because I was the guy that did it. You'd examine the strike imagery and you'd see, does destruction criteria met? Do we have a hole in the corner of the building where we wanted a hole to be? Yes, we do.
Come on, Scott.
Do we have evidence of secondary blast? Yes, we do.
Let them know.
I mean, we checked it all off and said we killed everything. And then as a weapons inspector, I went to Iraq and inspected all the buildings that we blew up during Desert Storm, saying that we destroyed it, only to find that there was nothing in those buildings. They had all been evacuated beforehand. And the Iraqis brought it back. And I was told by an Iraqi general, he said, Scott, Mr. Scott, they always like to call me Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, you Americans are really good at blowing up buildings. You're really good at it. And he said, and we're really good at pouring concrete. The difference is when you blew up a building, there's nothing in it. And when our concrete cures, we put the stuff back in and we're back in business.
Back in
business. You didn't
business.
stop anything. And that's what's happening in Iran right now.
That's what's happening in Iran right now. Y'all think we are blowing? Y'all think we destroying everything? Destroying their oil sites, destroying their nuclear capabilities, destroying this, destroying that. Y'all think we are really just destroying everything that they have? No, 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 no. They took a page out of Iraq playbook, y'all. Oh man. And y'all don't understand how these people can literally continue to send missiles and drones every day by the thousands every day. They still can send missiles and drones every day. But we went in and we destroyed everything, their missile capabilities, their nuclear capabilities. We literally destroyed everything. We obliterated their Navy, their Air Force, everything. Bruh, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, these people believe anything that this administration tell them. They believe everything, not anything, everything, any and everything. They believe it. They believe all of it.
If you think for a second that they left their high value production equipment inside known production facilities after the United States was saying that there was a potential of war, we're moving aircraft carriers and we're moving airplanes in. If you think that's
Oh, thank you for all the gifts, Danny. I'm sorry. Thank you for all the gifts. Danny's showing so much love today, y'all. Shout out to Danny. I'm just excited for work. I know you are, Connor. Connor, shout out to my boy Connor, man. He working at the museum now. Connor just started his new job at the museum on Tuesday, man. So shout out to Connor, real talk. My moderator Connor, fulfilling his dreams.
what happened, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you. I'll give you a good rate.
Go back real quick. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back, Scott.
And that's what's happening in Iran right now. If you think for a second that they left their high value production equipment inside known production facilities after the United States was saying that there was a potential of war, we're moving aircraft carriers and we're moving airplanes in. If you think that's what happened, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you. I'll give you a good rate, but you're still going to buy it because it belongs to me because you'll believe anything. These are empty buildings. So we're not achieving the result. That means that Iran's recovery from this conflict will be much quicker than anybody believes. They just have to build buildings, but what's inside the buildings, the expensive stuff, is being preserved in one of over 120 different hide sites that they've constructed inside of mountains. The Firdos
inside of mountains. Inside of mountains, and that's what we heard. That's what the president said. The president said they're cowards. They're hiding underground. They're cowards. They're hiding in the mountains. They're cowards. They're hiding in bunkers. They're cowards. No, they have a strategy. They have a defense strategy. They have a plan. They already know how we strike. Because we've been striking the same way. The United States sure can blow shit up. They sure can blow shit up, but they can't hit the targets. They can't destroy what they're trying to destroy. They can blow some shit up though. They can blow buildings up all day. We're good at that. So these people have figured out, man, I'm telling y'all gotta understand what's happening, man. Real talk. It's all good, Connor. You already know what it is, Connor.
Underground nuclear enrichment facility that Trump bombed during Operation Midnight Hammer in June originally wasn't designed to hold centrifuge cascades. It was a hide site. They just basically went and carved out inside a mountain, and they had these standby hide sites in case of a war where they would take material and hide it in there. It was one of, like I said, 120, and there are probably more that were constructed for this purpose. Each one of which is linked to a facility that is linked to assigned trucks that are designed to grab this stuff and bring it to that facility.
Capitalism was never designed to help you thrive.
Girl, stop crying. What's she crying about?
Maybe we know where one or two of these are, and we're collapsing tunnels. That's the catchphrase. We're collapsing tunnels. Okay, so we collapse a tunnel that has production equipment inside. Production equipment's still there. Someday the tunnel will be actually the production equipment. We're not doing what we think we're doing. We're definitely not stopping their ballistic missiles from being launched because they're launching them every day to great effect. So this campaign that we designed is achieving nothing except establishing that we are war criminals. I mean, not only the assassination of Ali Khamenei on day one, first 6 missiles, that is murder, by the way. Well, you see, Scott, he's a legitimate command and control target, only if we have a legitimate war going on. Who declared war? Not Congress. They've punted on this one. The president, did he get the Security Council of the United Nations to pass a Chapter 7?
See, they gonna hate this, Danny. Danny, they gonna hate what he's saying. Cause Scott gonna tell the truth. He gonna tell the truth, whether you want to hear it or not. They gonna hate what he's saying. Scott said that this is a war crime. This is a crime. That first strike on the supreme leader that they knocked out, what's his name? Ayatollah. That first strike that we did on Ayatollah was a war crime. Right? Congress did not declare war. He just speaking facts. But many people don't want to hear what he's saying. A lot of people just don't want to hear the truth.
Well, you see, Scott, he's a legitimate command and control target, only if we have a legitimate war going on.
Right.
Who declared war? Not Congress.
Not Congress.
They've punted on this one. The president, did he get the Security Council of the United Nations to pass a Chapter 7 resolution? And I know all the naysayers out, Scott, come on, that's not, it's the Constitution. I hate to educate Americans on the Constitution because I'd like to believe that they are intimately familiar with it. But the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution says that when we sign a treaty, a president signs a treaty, and the Senate has ratified the treaty by more than 2/3, becomes the supreme law of the land. You may not like that. I don't care. It's the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause, the supreme law of the land. That means that the United Nations Charter is the supreme law of the land, bound to us by the Constitution. And the Charter prohibits what we're doing right now. The only time we can go to war, according to the Charter, is if we were attacked by Iran. I'll get to that in a minute. Or if the Security Council deems that there is an imminent threat to international peace and security that can't be resolved through diplomatic intervention, they will authorize the use of military force. That's what we did during Desert Storm.
He's spitting. He is spitting. It's not a war crime the first time. It's not a war crime. The president don't need Congress approval. Boy, y'all don't know the Constitution, bro. That's why I told y'all Republicans don't believe in the Constitution. Real talk. Conservatives don't care about the Constitution, bro. They show it every day. Especially when they come in the chat talking about Trump 2028, they still think this is the FDR era. I don't understand, but I'm telling y'all, man, they do not believe in the Constitution. I'm telling y'all that right now. And many of them don't know the Constitution. Real talk.
Authority from the United Nations to build a coalition to liberate Kuwait from Iraqi invaders. And we also had permission from Congress. They met 4 days, I think, before the bombing began and passed a resolution saying we authorized the president to enforce the Chapter 7 resolution. Here, the president has made some sort of weak claim about the necessity of preemption. The problem is he can't give a story straight because he was told us from the very beginning that the Iranians were going to hit us. They were going to strike us first, and we had to strike them first. Well, the Pentagon went to Congress and said that's not the truth. The Iranians were never going to attack us first. They were prepared to respond if we.
What's her name? Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard told him this. Literally, she broke it down to him and told him that Iran was not an imminent threat to the United States of America. But no, who did he listen to, Chad? Who did the president listen to instead of the national intelligence lady, Tulsi Gabbard? Who did he listen to over her? Who did he listen to? Netanyahu. That's who he listened to. Netanyahu. Right? And now you look at Tulsi Gabbard today. All she did was what she did. She fell right in line. She couldn't do nothing. She felt controlled opposition. She fell right in line. Right? She didn't have the balls to resign. She didn't have the wherewithal to say, "Man, fuck this. I'm leaving this position. I don't want to literally I don't want to work for a president who's not going to take heed to counsel. He's not going to take heed to expert counsel." Right? He don't listen to nobody. He don't.
We attacked them. but there was never an imminent threat of a preemptive Iranian attack. And so that argument falls apart. But even then, what is the threat? Nuclear. We hear that. J.D. Vance just said it in the White House. It's a nuclear threat, except we know that it isn't a nuclear threat. How? First of all, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, briefed the United States Congress last year and said there is no Iranian nuclear weapons program. She's the honcho, number one. There's nobody above her in the intelligence world. This is the consensus assessment of the community. And the president said, she's wrong. I'm getting my intelligence elsewhere from Israel. And again, for all the Americans out there, that should get your craw, because our intelligence said there is none. The Israeli intelligence said, and I will tell you, somebody who's followed Israeli intelligence for some time, we know that in 2004, the Israelis submitted fabricated documents to the International Atomic Energy Agency accusing the Iranians of having a nuclear weapons program. Forged. The Israelis forged them. They seem to believe that we forgot about that because in 2018, they once again briefed President Trump on newly discovered documents. And when people like me went through them, we went, it's the same document you tried to sell us in 2004. You've just repackaged the lie. But this time they had a president who's willing to
serve your town, support your church. Plus,
Scott can't stand Israel, y'all.
nod his head. Yeah.
Yo, Scott cannot stand Israel, bro. He can't stand it. Man, I see your comment, bro. You said look up Article 1, Section 8. I see it, bro. Like, you don't have to keep typing it. I see it. We'll look it up. I'll look it up. But I'm doing a show, right? You don't dictate the flow of the show. You feel me? But I see it. We'll look it up, man. Trust and believe I do my research. This guy is full of. Scott is spot on. Nice work, Scott. None of you asswipes served. Oh my God. Yeah, y'all be respectful, man. Y'all be respectful.
Yes, so we got out of the Iran nuclear deal. But we know that there is no nuclear weapon program. We know that. How? Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have said so. Now, they thought they were condemning Iran because they said, well, the first thing the Iranians told us is that they have 450 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium hexafluoride. They were threatening us with the potential of a bomb. And I'm like, no. They were telling you.
Man, somebody just got timed out for 86,000 seconds. Somebody just got timed out for 86,000 seconds. That's crazy. What did they say? Yes, good. Having another device is too inconvenient. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, y'all be respectful in the chat, y'all. Y'all be respectful. All right. Y'all be respectful. Y'all be respectful, all right? All right, y'all. Y'all be respectful. All right, I do agree Trump is not good president, but we haven't had a good president in 30 to 40 years. 30 to 40 years. All right, man. Yeah, everybody being respectful. I mean, not everybody, but I mean, like Scott is full. You believe Scott is full of shit? That's fine. I don't like that's cool. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? But what Joe was saying, Joel was saying is just completely out of line. So we had to get him up out of here. But you guys, y'all could disagree, all that stuff. Y'all know I don't mind at all. Disagree, agree to disagree, whatever. Somebody just subscribed to the channel, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for subscribing to the channel, Mark. I appreciate you, man. Make sure you guys get those likes up. Double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. Get the likes up. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys.
That they don't have a bomb. You see, because that's the totality of the 60% enriched uranium that the IAEA said existed before the June bombing began. What they're saying is we haven't converted any of it. It's all here. Oh yeah.
So you say Scott is full of shit. So let me ask you a question, Michael. When the girls' school was bombed in Iran, and it unalived 168 schoolgirls, right? And the president immediately came out and said that it was Iran. it was Iran. It was Iran. And then when it was proved to him that Iran do not have Tomahawk missiles or Tomahawk weaponry, right? When it was proved to him that Iran do not have Tomahawks, right? And then what did the president say? Well, there's plenty of other countries that have Tomahawks, right? So did you call bullshit then when the president lied right there on live TV when they asked him who was responsible for bombing those schoolgirls? Did you say that the president? Did you say the president was full of shit then? Did you say Donald Trump was full of shit when he sat there and lied on television about that school that was bombed in Iran? I want to know. I want to know. I want to know if y'all actually call him out for the stuff he get caught lying about. If y'all don't call him out for the things that for so many lies that he's been caught up in, then I'm gonna have to say that you guys are disingenuous. But how does Scott know? Does he have better intelligence than our president? Okay, I'm gonna need you to go to scottritter.com. I'm gonna need you to go to scottritter.com, and I'm not promoting him. He don't pay me or none of that, right? But I'm gonna need y'all to go to scottritter.com, and you do the research yourself, right? This man is literally cool with he's cool with Russia. this man got relationships with Putin and top intelligent people and top officials in Russia. This man that we're looking at on the screen. This man has intel. This man has a lot of information. He is connected. Yes, he probably do got more intel than the president. Yes, because the president don't want to listen to nobody. He don't. He didn't even listen to his own lady, Tulsi Gabbard, when she told him that these people do not pose an imminent threat to the United States. He did not listen to her. He listened to Netanyahu. Who? Who? Netanyahu? y'all see Netanyahu? Who is that? That's crazy. You ever seen a strategic hit? Sometimes there's chaos. Yeah, okay, bullshit. Yeah, that's bullshit. But they gonna make up everything. Oh, the data that we had was old, right? We thought it was an old this all the data. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Scott gonna break that down too. He gonna break that down too, because he Scott gonna cover all the lies and all the excuses that they come out with. He got everything down to a T. Everything that they say, right, to try to cover their tracks, to try to cover their lies. He's gonna break it down. Just listen. I know a lot of y'all don't want to hear it. The cognitive dissonance is locked in, but he gonna tell you exactly what's happening.
You have to do is send in inspectors to verify, and we're going to work with you to get those inspectors in. So the Iranians weren't saying we have a bomb or threatened a bomb. They were saying we can prove to you that there isn't a bomb. And they were able to do that. So if this process is taking place, you immediately do away with the imminent threat. There is no imminent threat. Negotiation, there is no legal justification for what we're doing in Iran today. This puts us on the same page with other nations. For instance, go to the Nuremberg trials. Justice Jackson, who was the lead prosecutor, accused the Nazis at Nuremberg trial of war of aggression. In fact, they were all charged with that, and several of them were hung by the neck until dead for the war of aggression. Why? Because a war of aggression is the supreme war crime. From the war of aggression, all other crimes take place. We have now committed an illegal war of aggression. We don't have Security Council authority. We don't have congressional authority. We don't have even moral authority. This is a pure act of aggression, which means, gosh, we're sort of on the same page with those awful people that were hung by the neck until they were dead in Nuremberg. That's not a book that we want the American name in.
Ooh,
and yet that's where we are like today. At least win the war. I mean, you're an American. At least win the war. Do that right. We're losing this war. Now, I'm pleased. I mean, I hate to say this because I don't wish harm on anything, but this is not a war we should be winning. This is a war that is destabilizing to the, he wanted to bring, one of the reasons why he's doing this is because Israel told him to do it. So right off the bat, we as Americans have to say, no, we don't work for Israel. Apparently we do. We take orders from Benjamin Netanyahu. We go to war on his behalf. But he also wanted to basically bring Iran's head with him to China. He was supposed to go to China next month. and he wanted to bring Venezuela head and Iran's head and throw it on the table in front of Xi Jinping and say, I am Donald Trump, the conqueror. You must kneel before me and quiver in fear. Well, Trump just said, I'm not going to China right now. We're going to delay it. It's going to be delayed a long time. Why? Because he would go there as a fool, an idiot, a loser. And the worst thing is, this was all predictable. Donald Trump can sit there and say, as he does now, no one ever thought they would close the Strait of Hormuz.
Y'all, do I need somebody said send Barron over there? Do I need YouTube Premium, bro? Tomahawk, who owned those, right? Scott Ritter is not the president of the United States. His opinion is way as much as mine and yours. Bro, the president don't even listen to his own constituents, bro. He don't even listen to his expert constituents. So I hope you don't think that anything that he says hold any weight. All he do is lie every day. Just lie every day. Make up stories every single day. And repeat the same talking points every day. He lie and repeat, lie and repeat, lie and repeat. Talking points, catchphrases every single day. Say the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And you repeat a lie for so long, it becomes the truth to some of you, not to me.
No one ever thought they would strike American bases. He said that. We never thought they would strike American bases. He would say, we didn't think that their government would last. And we didn't think they had this many missiles and that to be able to fire this way. Well, that's just a straight up lie. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff briefed the president on the JCS assessment, which was that the Iranians will close the Strait of Hormuz, and there's nothing America can do about it. So we have to anticipate that closure. If you want to free that, then you got to mobilize around 150, 200,000 troops who have to come in and seize that. But without those troops and the ability to project that power forward, the Strait of Hormuz will be closed. He was also told that we're going to run out of defensive interceptors. And then we'll be defenseless in the face of Iranians who will not run out of missiles. They will hit every target, Israel, and all of our bases. He was told this by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was told everything. Now, today he's pretending I wasn't told anything. Worse, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, commissioned an intelligence assessment from the National Intelligence Council that said, you won't achieve regime change. If you kill Ali Khamenei, all you do is rally the nation around that there is no chance of regime change. She talked about the dangers to the global economy. Basically, everything that happened was told to the president before he made the decision that we're going to lose this war, lose it decisively, that we lack the capacity to win this, that all of our goals and objectives are unachievable.
Yeah.
And he went to war. Yeah.
No. I mean, this is a fantastic insight. And, for our interviews, I just like to give you the floor and get your insights. I mean, these are incredible. And this is the stuff that is not published on mainstream media. This is why we have to do these interviews. And I want to ask you a question, about the missiles.
I'm out. Thought this was respectful, but only certain people get to talk. If you actually question your logic, you're ignored. Huh? Killer B, what are you talking about? At the end of the day, this is all talk. No one on here has any power to change anything. It would take everybody, so there's no reason for people to be fighting on here. That's facts, Charles. I mean, we do have the power. We're just so divided. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy right here, divided population. We're just so divided, man. We can't come together because everybody want to be right. Everybody want to fight over, oh, my opinion is more invalid than yours. I have the facts, you don't. F you, Rampage. You got to bring up Obama and Biden. Do it. Blah 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 blah. Nothing here interesting. That's fine, man. See your way out, man. This guy talking about not listening. Screens his chat. What? Killer B, bro. You ain't even typing right. You want me to read your comment, but you can't even type. Literally, you can't even type. What up, divided population? You dumb up there. I'm not coming together with complete morons. I hear you, Tyler. See, that's the problem right there, right? You assume everybody is morons. You assume that you're better than everybody else. So that's the problem right there. And don't nobody want to come together with you. Nobody want to come together with a person who think they're better than everybody, right? So that's how we're just gonna stay divided, bro. The divided states of America. That's what's gonna happen. Literally, we just need to rechange the name. Just change the name, y'all. Divided states of America. That's what we need to do. Because we're not united at all. Not under this two-party system.
That Iran has, because no one understands, the missiles and the warfare as good as you do. So when we look at Iran's missile arsenal, the ballistic missiles, hypersonics, drone swarms, how capable is Iran, moving forward, and in order to continue?
I'll never support every president, especially this one. This president was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein in the 90s, but he just blatantly denied and lie about it today. This president was best friends with a PDF. He was best friends with a man who owned the largest human trafficking ring in U.S. history. He was best friends with him in the 90s, but all of a sudden when the heat turned on, he wanna draw away from him. He wanna distance himself when everybody started finding out what was going on. But everybody in the 80s knew what Jeffrey Epstein was about. And Donald Trump still hung out with him, went to clubs with him, went out everywhere, hung out with him in the 90s. He still did it. He still did it and try to play dumb and try to trick me and you as if he didn't know what was going on. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you support a man who raped E. Jean Carroll, man. It was proven in court that he raped that woman, right? But people like you'll sit up there and say, "Oh no, you got to understand, man, when you're rich, women like to lie on you. You know what I'm saying? They try to lie and take all your money from you. So, when you rich like that, you can, sometimes these women gonna lie on you, man. And when you go to court, they just gonna win. They gonna win every time. So when you rich like that, man, a lot of women just gonna say you did this and say you did that. You never want to believe the women though. You never want to believe the women. This woman went to court and it was proven in court that he raped that woman. And y'all still support this president. That's crazy. Birds of a feather flock together.
Their counterattack.
The Iranians started their missile business during the Iran-Iraq war. The Iraqis had Russian-made Scud missiles that they were firing into Iranian cities. So the Iranians went to Libya and then to Syria to acquire, I think actually Syria first, then Libya, to acquire their own Scud missile capabilities. And then when those venues shut down, they went to North Korea and got the North Korean, version of.
What do you mean? What evidence do I have? They had all the evidence presented in court when she won the case. Go look it up. Y'all be want me to do the homework. She lied. She lied. She lied. Y'all so yeah. Telling y'all, man, women ain't got no respect in this country, man. They really don't. Y'all do not respect women, bro. Y'all just don't, bro. Like now the court system is, the court is lying, the judge is lying, right? The jury lying, everybody that was involved is lying, and they had all the evidence to prove that it actually happened. But y'all don't want to believe the evidence. It's so crazy. Like they go to court, they present the evidence, and they prove that he did it. Now y'all don't want to believe the evidence. She lying. That's crazy. That's crazy. I told y'all. They don't respect women. They just don't respect women. They just don't. Let's go ahead and get rid of Tyler. Now he's actually he's going overboard right now. He's going overboard right now. So let's get rid of Tyler 6364. Let's get rid of his ass. 'Cause now you smearing my name now. Now you putting smut on my name, and I don't play that. I don't play that. I don't. Matter of fact, I'll get rid of his ass for it. I'll get rid of his ass. Yeah. Bye bye. Yeah, I don't play that. Don't ever associate my name with that. Don't ever in your life associate my name with that. And I stopped blocking people from my channel. I literally did. But when you say shit like that, you put my name with shit like that, you gotta go. You gotta go. You can say anything else you want to. You can say I'm a liar. You can say I'm this, I'm that. I don't play like that. All right. They had zero evidence. You said Spanish. Oh, you a spam. Let's get rid of his punk ass too. Get your dumb ass off my channel. Bye. Yeah, you ain't even got a real channel. All right. Cool. 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 Let's get back.
The Scud, but they basically
Lib tears, but you support a pedophile. That's crazy. You support a man who touched little girls. That's crazy. You support a man who had the Epstein's files redacted, tried to hide so much of the evidence, right? Literally, right in y'all faces, blacked out everything, just blacked it all out, and y'all just like sat there like it was normal. Like, okay, well maybe they really couldn't show this. It's so crazy. They believe shit when it's convenient, right? When it's convenient, right? They want to believe it. Anything. How did I say it the other day? When it they don't They don't hold the president accountable for anything, but they justify everything. They don't want to hold him accountable for anything, but they willing to justify everything. That's a fact. That's a conservative 101 right there. Conservative in a nutshell. Every time. That's them. Zero accountability. Zero.
purchased these missiles.
And blame. Point the finger, point the finger at the previous administration, point the finger, blame. Every time something is going wrong, blame. That's the conservatives right there. That is the conservative. If it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't have a show for you to bash on him. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have a show, Casey Jones? Really? You think so, man?
And they developed their own missile force. Over the years, they've expanded their missiles, improved it. They've reverse engineered. The Iranians are some of the most capable engineers you're ever going to meet. I remember when I was talking to IAEA inspectors about the Iranian nuclear program. The one guy.
Oh, my batteries. Why is it not charging? I thought it was charging. Why is it not charging, man? This is crazy. Hold, y'all, give me a second. Is it really not gonna charge? Oh my gosh. My laptop is gonna go dead if this thing don't charge. Oh my gosh. Is there a... Oh no, that's not. Fucking laptop's gonna go dead. Oh wow. We saved the day. Literally saved the day right there, guys. Saved the day. Saved the day. Oh, if you support Donald Trump, put a one in the chat. If you support Donald Trump, put a one in the chat. If you support Donald Trump, put a one in the chat. If you support Donald Trump, put a one in the chat. We're trying to see how many birds are in here. We're trying to see how many birds are in here. We're trying to see how many birds are in here. If you support Donald Trump, put a one in the chat. Come on. Where y'all at? Don't run now. If you support him, show it. Show your support. Put a one in the chat. Come on. Where y'all at? Let's see the MAGA. Come on. Come on, y'all. Where y'all at? Put a one in the chat if you support your man. Let's put a one in the chat. Come on. Okay. What MAGA at? Come on. Put a one in the chat if you support Donald Trump. Come on. They don't want to put a one. That's crazy. Come on. Where the ones at? Put a one in the chat. If you support MAGA, you support Donald Trump, put it in the chat. Come on. Where you at? Come on. Don't be scared now. Come on, MAGA. They said MAGA was falling apart. They said it. I'm starting to believe it. They said MAGA is falling apart. Lord have mercy. Some things I do. No, 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 no. Do you support him as the president? Come on. Let's not play these games. Let's not. I'll tell you what. Would you vote? Would you? Would you vote for him again if he had the opportunity to run again? Would you? Yes or no? Would you vote for Donald Trump again if he had the opportunity to run again? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Let's do it like that. So they don't want to be straight. They don't want to be straightforward. Would you vote for him again if he had the opportunity to run again? What? Marcus Rubius. Yeah, he don't. Yeah, crit. Nah, crit don't know what he's talking about. Crit do not know what he's talking about. Who the hell is Marcus Rubius? So you guys literally will vote for a pedophile, a rapist, and a war criminal. Literally. You guys will literally vote again for a pedophile, which been proven, a rapist, he's been proven to be a rapist, E. Jean Carroll, and a war criminal. Right? Literally. You would literally vote for that. That's crazy to me. Yeah, the United States, man, we're fucked, bro. Chat, we are cooked, y'all. I'm telling y'all, we are cooked as a people. We are cooked. It's crazy. It's crazy the things that we just allow to happen and just turn a blind eye to it, all because we have a affinity for a man that you never met. You just have an affinity for this man, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why. How do you guys like? Oh my gosh, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Ay 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 ay. Blah blah blah.
I said, Scott, what you have to understand is we're dealing with a cadre of nuclear scientists, all of whom are educated to the highest possible standards. Iran has the highest percentage of peer-reviewed PhD theses in the nuclear field than any other nation in the world. Peer-reviewed. That doesn't mean inside Iran. That means put out there in Europe, United States, where all the prominent people are reviewing it, and these guys are coming back and passing their, their qualifications. These are the best scientists in the world, literally.
Iran got the best scientists in the world? Really? I haven't confirmed that, but is that true, chat? Is that true? Iran has the best engineers and scientists in the world? That's what Scott said. Pew reviewed. Pew reviewed. I haven't looked that up. I have not looked that up. I don't know. I don't know how true that is. Now that I don't know. You guys can fact check that if you have to. But that's what Scott said. I don't know how true that is. But he said they got the best scientists in the world. Iranians are the best scientists in the world.
Scientists, all of whom are educated to the highest possible standards. Iran has the highest percentage of peer-reviewed PhD theses in the nuclear field than any other nation in the world. Peer-reviewed. That doesn't mean inside Iran. That means put out there in Europe, United States, where all the prominent people are reviewing it, and these guys are coming back and passing their, their qualifications. These are the best scientists in the world, literally. And so when they reverse engineer this stuff, they immediately look at how to improve it, how to improve, the function of a liquid engine, how to improve guidance and control, how to streamline the airframe, all this sort of stuff. And over the years, they built, a new missile, then another missile, and each one's better. And then they get into a situation where, they have to potentially go to war with Israel. So, they're about the fourth generation of missile. They go, let's build a lot of these. And they did. 20 years ago, they built a whole bunch of a certain kind of a liquid fuel missile, and then they upgraded that.
What was the name of it?
They moved into solid rocket propellant. They moved into maneuvering warheads. They started to there, but when this war started, the Iranians simply fired those 20-year-old missiles. They saturated the air defense systems, and many of those missiles got through. But people are like, why aren't they sustaining the launch rate? Because they don't want these missiles. These are just basically to get us to fire off all of our high value ballistic missile interceptors. What they want are the missiles they have now. Solid rocket fuel, which means it's fast. A liquid fuel engine. Now the Iranians have developed their fuel so that they can actually load it up, and it's treated like a cartridge of ammunition. But once you put that fuel in, you either have to drain the fuel and refurbish the missile, or you have to use it. And so, if they think there's going to be a crisis, they're going to pre-fuel these missiles as rounds of ammunition, which means they now will just go get loaded on the launcher, taken, launched, lifted, and fired. In the past, what you'd have to do is bring an empty missile out, load it up with oxidizer, load it up with the fuel. That takes time. You're sitting in the open. You can be shot, and then you launch and you fire. But now they've gone around with that. But solid means you don't have to fuel it at all. You just bring it out and shoot it. 2 stages, longer distance. They have worked on new warheads. Their warheads use decoys. People should really take a time to look at the light show that's in the sky and try to parse it out, because what you can see is a missile coming in and then releasing a bus. The bus has the warhead and the decoys, and you can see the decoys deploy, and you can look at how they.
Hey, it's Ashley with 4 Patriots.
You could tell Scott. You could tell Scott loved talking about this shit. You could tell he loved talking about this.
Decoys deploy. They deploy forward and they get brighter. And all of the the Iron Dome comes up and starts intercepting them. And then they start to release other warheads now. And then what happens, they release them at a specific speed. So the first wave of interceptors have been taken out by the decoys. Now they release the actual warheads. And the next wave of interceptors come up and they get an intercept solution. And then these warheads accelerate in. So the interceptor's coming and trying to get them, and the missile goes, and boom, 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 hits the target.
That get through.
They've got other ones that start maneuvering early on, coming in, and you can watch this maneuver. It doesn't have to maneuver. It's not like NASCAR Indy 500, dramatic move.
Right.
An intercept solution is precision. It's a bullet hitting a bullet. All you have to do is get off just enough so that the bullet misses. And it's a very elegant. You can see it coming in, slight S turns, and then because we can only see 2-dimension on the screen, we don't get to see what it's doing laterally. But it's coming in, it's making these maneuvers that literally weave through the interceptors, and then they come in, orient, bam, and hit the target.
That's crazy.
The guidance systems they're using are.
That's crazy, bro. He knows what he's talking about. You don't. I know I don't know. I don't know anything about warheads and missiles. I don't know anything about warheads. I don't think that our dome only defends against Palestinian bottle rockets. There goes any comfort in American military defense contracting. Yanks don't nothing. What they talking? Yanks don't. What? That's way over your head. Yes, not necessarily. But some of it is, but not most. Most of it's not over, right, William? It's fine. It's fine, William. You know everything, William. It's fine. When you learn something, when you sit here and you listen and you learn something, they criticize you and say you don't know what he's talking about. It's over your head, right? It's so crazy. Like I don't understand people sometimes, y'all. I really don't. Y'all be trolling on another level nowadays. Y'all some real life zombies, man.
Amazing, because everybody's like, oh, they're going to steal Western technology. We can just shut them down. If they use GPS, they figured.
A lot of y'all just be hating, man. I don't know what it is. Y'all just be hating. Like, I'm sitting here listening, doing a live. Like, you think I'm supposed to just react to everything like that he say? No, I don't. I'm listening. I'm learning just like you learning. You might be learning too. Maybe you already know about all of this. But everybody in the chat, I guarantee you, everybody in the chat do not know about all of these warheads and missiles and how they maneuver. You don't know. We listening. We're learning to what he's talking about. Real talk. Ignore the troll. They talking crap. I already know.
how to use GPS to a point, but they also have stellar navigation. They also have their own terrain mapping navigation, what we use with the cruise missile. They have a variety of navigation systems they use for these warheads, and these warheads are hitting everything they're aimed at. And they have developed warheads for different targeting problems. So if they need to collapse a hardened aircraft shelter, they have a warhead for that. If they need to collapse a command and control bunker, they have a warhead for that. If they need a pinpoint strike against an office building here where the intelligence guys, they have a warhead for that. So they literally have this whole menu of missiles today. And basically they get up and they look at it and say, what targets are we hitting today? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, this missile goes here, this missile goes here, this missile goes here, this missile goes here, fire, launch. And every day they do that all over again. These are some of the most advanced, technological missiles out there. The Oreshnik is something. The Iranians have a version of the Oreshnik. It's not quite as the warhead's not quite as big, but it is a warhead that comes in at hypersonic speeds, releases.
Boy, y'all be swearing we got the best everything. Some of you Americans, man, y'all really think that we just have, y'all think that our shit don't stink. Y'all think that we have the best everything. We're the best this, the best military. We have the best technology. Bro, we don't even have the best education. We don't even have the best education. Y'all think we have the best technology, the best military, the best minds in the world. We speak one language. Most of us can't even speak multiple languages. Like y'all think we have the most intelligent people in our military in the world. Y'all just believe that because y'all don't y'all don't think outside of this fucking country. Y'all think other countries are not capable of doing anything. You think Iran, you think that they just don't have nothing. You think like, oh, our drones are better. Our technology is better. Our this, we have better this, we have better that. How do you know? How do you know? We think we the best sports team. We think we have the best baseball team. We just got our ass whooped by Venezuela. Like we think we the best at everything and we're not. It's just not facts. It's not the truth. We're not the best at everything, bro. We're just not. And one day somebody gonna have our number. One day somebody's gonna have our fucking number. I'm telling y'all. Because we too fucking big headed. We think we this, we think we that. Nah. We're not. We're not all that. We're not bulletproof. We're not.
And then has these submunitions get released to saturate and devastate an area. So
the fucking youngest country, the second, one of the youngest countries in the fucking world, and we think we the best at everything. What, bro? Sit down. Sit down, motherfucker. Think we can ruin. Think we can build a better relationship with China over Iran. Like we really think that we can build a better relationship with Russia than Iran, with China than Iran. What? We slow, bro. You know how long China and Iran been around? they, yo, the United States is a baby country, man. We new to this shit. We can't even run our empire right. We can't even run our country right. We killing our own people. We, you know, we can't even give our people health care. We can't even take care of our people over here. It's just always some bullshit going on over here.
Iranians have one of the most advanced ballistic missile programs in the entire world. And we are so far behind the eight ball.
Maybach music.
Just a quick reminder to people. The Patriot.
Somebody said drink more orange Kool-Aid. Just because you're unemployed on YouTube Live doesn't mean we're all trash. That's crazy. I wonder how the Dow is doing. The Dow is doing so well. The Dow is doing great. Iran is fairly new. This boy said Iran is fairly new. Them Persians are not new. Them the same Persian. Them the same people. They've been around for thousands and thousands of years. The hell you talking about? Somebody said, stupid, we are even with dumb Democrat, the best country in the world. Leave my country trash. We need less people like you get a job. Said SK Trucking. All right, SK Trucking, that's how you feel, man. That's how you feel. Come visit Zimbabwe. I don't know why you live with those heathens and their tiny hat daddies. uh, said they are new. You don't know history. Okay, SK Trucking. All right, buddy. All right. We got some trolls in here. I believe those are racist trolls. You know, those racist bots. It's crazy YouTube allow racist bots to be on here. But it's all good. Keep paying me, YouTube. Just keep paying me. You guys just keep watching me. I'm so ignorant and I'm so this, but you're watching me. You're watching me. You're running up my watch hours. Hey, keep watching me. Keep watching me. You're running up the views right now. I'm looking at the views right now. You're running them up. Keep watching me. Keep commenting in the chat. There you go. Appreciate you.
3 missile system out there isn't shooting.
And I'm so humble too. Y'all know I'm humble. The people that know me, y'all know I'm humble, man. I don't never, you know, say nothing about YouTube or anything like that. But, you know, you want to come in here and talk shit, I'm just going to talk shit back. You dig? Straight up.
Anything down. It shot down some of the old missiles. But it's a system that's linked to 1970s technology.
Wow.
Study the history of the Patriot. It used to be, they did something called, I think, Nike Hercules, and they Sprint and Spartan system, missile system, the radars that were used for that. And Raytheon and everybody built these things at great expense. But then we did away. We signed the ABM treaty, said we're not going to do this. They're like, well, what do we do? We got all this technology. What do we do? Well, somebody went to the Army and said, why don't you ask us to build a battlefield missile interceptor? Mm-hmm. The Army went, oh, okay, we're going to ask you. They said, oh, well.
I don't know what I'm talking about, but you're here. Like if I was listening, if I'm watching somebody and they don't know what they're talking about, me personally, I would just leave. Right? If I really think that they don't know what they're talking about, I disagree or whatever, or I can disagree with somebody and stand there live. It don't mean that they don't know what they're talking about. It's just I disagree with them. But if you really believe I don't know what I'm talking about, leave. Why are you here? I don't understand that logic, that mindset that you will stay here, Rusty, and continue watching me. Like I wouldn't watch you if you didn't know. If I was looking like going through, you know, YouTube lives and I saw you talking on YouTube live and you didn't know what you was talking about, I'll just keep swiping up. That's what I would do. But maybe you're a weirdo. I don't know. Rusty, Rusty, where he at? Rusty, Rusty Shackfer. I don't know. He's a weirdo. I don't know. They got played. That's what it is. They got played. It's the pride. You know, that's a prideful group of people right there. It's a prideful group of people. Divided population. You about to get divided out of this fucking chat in a minute. Real talk. For 86,000 seconds. You about to get kicked out for 86,000 seconds. You keep playing around too much. All right. You must didn't read my bio. It's like watching a car accident, hard to turn away. Damn, you can't read. Oh. You just like watching me. Just admit it, man. They say that you MAGA boys be on Grindr anyway. You probably do like watching me. I wouldn't be surprised if you do like watching me. They say you MAGA boys be on Grindr. That's what they said about Turning Point USA. They had a lot of you guys on Grindr. Grinder, you be grinding. Let me find out you be grinding. Acting like you all about conservative values, but you sleeping with the man. You sleeping with the man, but you all about conservative values. Let me find out. You be grinding. Yeah, I already know. That's why your ass love watching me.
Well, we'll take this technology and we'll adapt it. So understand, we've taken technology from the 70s and we started adapting it. Now, that means that this technology from the 70s is designed to shoot down missiles from the 70s. Now we're adapting it. As we adapt it, the missiles get better. So now we've built a system that can't shoot down the missiles that exist today. So then we go into a cycle of software upgrades. And we start upgrading the software. And that's what happened during the Gulf War. The Gulf War, we were always behind. We were one software application behind the crude missiles that the Iraqis were firing. We never really got it right. We didn't shoot down any, that were fired against Saudi Arabia, and maybe none against Israel. There's some people think we might have got the Israelis might have got one or two, but out of 49, that's not enough. The Russians have built new missile technology that's specifically designed to defeat not only Patriot but THAAD and any future missile defense system. We're out there. So when people talk about the Golden Dome and all that, it won't work. It's already been defeated. There is no missile defense shield out there. There never will be a missile defense shield because there will always be a weapon designed to build it. Now, it's not just the Russians and the Chinese that build these advanced weapons, though. North Koreans do. Now the Iranians do. The Iranians have some of the finest weapon systems ever designed, and they're designed to defeat American missile defense systems, which means there's nothing we can do to defend ourselves, even though we just robbed South Korea of 5 THAAD radars, which basically means that South Korea is literally blind. We're bringing them to where? To the Gulf Arab states who desperately need. No. They're on their own. We're going to bring it to Israel. And all that's going to happen is
So China and Russia can literally fuck us up if they wanted to. They can literally come together and just strike the hell out of the United States if they really wanted to be evil. If they really wanted to get down to the business, they could. North Korea too. That's crazy. I bet this guy's a device to what? These days, it's the elite and it's the poor, nothing else. Zombies, welcome to the chat. Double tap your screen. That's facts. Zombies, welcome in. Welcome in. Liar. Leroy said, liar. Who's a liar? This guy is wrong. It's plain to see. You can't be this stupid. Elrad said, all right. He's wrong. Spot on, Scott. He is spot on. He's spot on about a lot of shit. He's spot on about a lot of things, right? But just because they're right-wing conservative information that they receive, right? The cognitive dissonance is kicking in. The cognitive dissonance is kicking in. But we're gonna move over real quick. Let's see. For y'all just now getting in, we already talked about that they detected drones near Fort McNair base, where Marco Rubio is living and Pete Hegseth is living. So we read that earlier. I'm not gonna go over that whole article, but that's just something you guys can check into later on at your own time. Joe Kent resigned from his post. He was the director of counterterrorism. He released a statement to the president, and we're going to read this statement right here, chat. All right. So Joe Kent released a statement to the president. He said, President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center. Effective today, I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran poses no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. All right. He should have said Netanyahu. That's what he should have said. Netanyahu. He said this dude had his brain by a trans girl. Who you talking about, Patrick? Patrick, who you talking about, Patrick? All right, get your bitch ass off my channel. Ugh. All right. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, and 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how decisively how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by unaliving Qassam Soleimani. I can't really read this, it's like blurry. And by defeating ISIS. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your American First platform and screwed pro-war and sold pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic that Israelis used to draw us into discussion or disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, he said, I need glasses. He said, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star, no, it's like literally blurry, like real talk. As a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for held action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path of our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve you in your administration and to serve our great nation. And it's so crazy because now they're on a smear campaign, y'all. Literally. They are literally on a smear campaign going after Joe Kent now. Bro, you need glasses. Let's get the lights up. Facts. I've lost friends. I've lost family for these blah, 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 blah. Right. Right. Yep. So Tucker Carlson was actually the first person to interview Joe Kent, who released this statement to the president. So I think actually today is Thursday, right? Today's Thursday. Tucker Carlson was the first one to interview Joe Kent. And today, Candace Owens is going to interview Joe Kent today, Thursday. I think she said it was Thursday or Friday. I believe it was Friday. No, it's Thursday today. So, yes, today, Candace Owens will be interviewing the same guy right here that we about to watch right here. And so let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and move along because I got to get into it.
This is the world's smartest wallet.
So we're going to listen to Joe Kent. He was the guy that we just read the letter about.
From January of 2024. This is from this show, and this is Joe Kent, who later went on to become, until yesterday, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Here it is.
What do you think the immediate and then longer term effects of a war with Iran would be on the United States?
Immediately, it would be very bloody. I have no doubt that we could probably defeat some of their air defense and go in there and have another shock and awe campaign. But again, like we saw how the shock and awe campaign in Iraq really didn't actually work in the long run. So I have no doubt that we'd have some immediate results that people would cheer about here in the United States. But Iran, Persia has always been an empire. It's been around longer than any of the other players in the modern Middle East right now, and they are not going anywhere. If we get deeply involved and deeply entangled with Iran, we are.
Y'all heard what he said. Iran, Persia, they've been around longer than anybody in the Middle East. They've been around for a long time. To all the dumbasses who said that no, they haven't been around that long. Yes, they have. They've been around for a long time.
Are playing right into China's hands because China would like nothing more than for us to be committing our military industrial base to a war in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, and then to be committing our conventional military power, our blood and our treasure back in the Middle East. That will make the Pacific, our actual border, extremely vulnerable to Chinese aggression, or China will simply just watch us bleed out economically as we bleed out on the battlefield on these couple different theaters. It's absolute insanity. It's opening up Pandora's box. And again, for what gain to the American people?
And that was in 2024. That was in 2024. I'm gonna let Tucker Carlson talk about it, but yeah, that was in 2024. So he's been on the opposite side of this war. He already understood what it would get us into in 2024, and so he stood on business. We can literally say he stood on business. Like, even though he took the job to become, to work for the Trump administration, I guess he was trying to get in there and try to help Donald Trump realized that we don't need to get into any conflict in the Middle East. Maybe that's what he was doing, but I mean, I could respect that man for resigning. Real talk. He didn't believe that we should be over there, and he quit. He signed. He resigned. I don't want to say he quit. He resigned. He didn't want to be with this administration any longer. So I could respect that.
So the very first thing you notice about that clip, which was shot almost exactly a year before the current president was inaugurated, is that it was right. It was prescient. He called it. He called the general outline. Not that it was hard to call, but Joe Kent knows what he's talking about. He spent a lot of his life in that region, and he said a year before this current presidency began, this is a big, serious country. It's the oldest civilization in the region, and if we went to war with Iran, there would be a momentary sugar high. Americans would support it because they support their own country, and they certainly support their military, and people would approve of it. But very quickly, you could see a process by which we got caught there, trapped there, bear trapped. Hard to extricate yourself from that.
Who that is? Somebody just... I'm trying to see who somebody just subscribed to the channel. Shout out to you who just subscribed to the channel. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel.
And sitting on the sidelines would be our chief global competitor, China, who would be silently nodding along with a slowly spreading grin, knowing that they were the main beneficiary of what they were seeing, of our waste of American lives and treasure, as Joe Kent said. So we haven't reached that stage, thankfully. We're moving toward it, and everyone who's watching carefully knows that. And if you're honest, you know that. So this is a very serious moment we're in, and we're watching not just a war in Iran, but potentially a total realignment.
Yo, Frog, I thought that was the name that I saw. I tried to look on there and see, because I'm doing all this stuff on the setup, and I thought I saw Frog. I wasn't sure, but you just said in the chat, no problem. Thank you, Frog. I appreciate that, man. Frog Midas, thank you, man, for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it.
Of the world, and the loss, in some sense, of what the United States has globally. This could be the beginning of the end of our influence in a lot of the world, and that's just the beginning. So again, that's a big deal. It's starting to dawn on people, and that leaves Joe Kent as one of the relatively few people connected to this administration who said it in public. Is that good or bad? Well, it may seem good. Of course, you want to be around people who have clarity about what's going to happen next. But in practical terms, it's bad. In fact, it's always bad. Whenever you have somebody who stands up and says, don't do this.
My moderator, Danny, said, Dom, I got to head out. Peace. Be with you today, tomorrow, and forever. Have a great day. Thank you, Danny, so much, Danny. Peace be with you, Danny. Thank you for all your support today, too, Danny. I appreciate that. You showed me a lot of love today, and I appreciate you so much. So have a great day, Danny, and we'll see you next time. Much love to my moderator, Danny. All right.
Here's what could happen, and then you do it anyway, and it turns out that person was right. Your first instinct is not to apologize and correct your behavior. Your first instinct is to crush the person who called it correctly. And that's your instinct because, and it's the lowest of all instincts, but it's a human instinct. That's your instinct because
All right, we're going to skip ahead, y'all. We actually going to skip ahead to the interview, right? Tucker Carlson was the first one to interview Joe Kent. And I think today, like I said, he's going to be interviewed by Candace Owen today. So be on the lookout for that. I don't know when that's going to come out. But let's get to the interview right now because literally had to fast forward 17 minutes just to get to Joe Kent. So let's see what Joe Kent has to say about everything that's going on. Man, where is it at?
Based on one criterion, is this good for my people or not, in the way that a father would lead his family or an officer would lead his troops. It's not complicated. Everybody wants that. That's not a partisan question. That's a human question.
Come on, man. Let's get to
And
Joe
that's
Kent.
the question Joe Kent is posing. Why can't we do this? Why can't we say this? It's not an attack on anybody. Joe Kent himself does not attack anybody.
Facts.
But this is a last-ditch attempt.
Thank you, Luke. Luke Eric Savage. Luke Eric Savage. Thank you for subscribing, man. I appreciate that.
Not simply to save the country from disaster in Iran, but to save the country, period. And as you listen to him speak, ask yourself, is this a man who's working for Hezbollah, or is an egomaniac or a leaker, or is this a man who says very little when he has nothing to say, who speaks straightforwardly and with honesty, self-evident honesty? Is this a man of dignity and decency? Is this...
Oh, we just got a new subscriber. Hold on, let me pull it up. Who that is that just subscribed? Lucas? Who was that just subscribed? Damn, I missed it. Was that Luke? Maybe it popped up. No problem. Absolutely. Maybe it just popped up late. Somebody just subscribed to the channel. It literally just showed up. Thank you, guys. Tucker, the next one on the Kurt. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Don't say that.
Is this a man that America once had a lot of? Is this a man who was once, in effect, the American archetype, the guy you looked up to, the guy you wanted your son to be? Whether you agree with him or not. Maybe you're reaching completely different conclusions. But as you listen to him speak, ask yourself, is this the kind of person who makes me proud to be a fellow American? Because it's really a referendum on us. If we can't see that Joe Kent, whatever you think of his opinions, is the kind of man this country should be producing and should be elevating and should be proud of, if we can't see that,
we cooked.
Then we've failed the test.
We cooked.
And we've lost.
We cooked, Tucker.
But judge for yourself. Here's Joe Kent. Joe, thanks a lot for joining us. So I appreciate this. So I want to go through the letter that you sent yesterday as you resigned as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, and basically through the big points.
We got another subscriber, y'all. Hold on. Let me see who subscribed to the channel real quick. Johnny P. Johnny P, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Johnny P. Everybody say shout out to Johnny P, man. Johnny P, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for subscribing, man.
And give you a chance to explain them. You've been spoken for quite a bit over the last 24 hours, so I think it'd be really helpful to all of us if you would speak for yourself and flesh out some of these points. I'm just going to read the first one. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. How did you reach that conclusion?
I think this is key. I mean, this would be more challenging to explain had the Secretary of State, the President, and the Speaker of the House not come out and said that we conducted this attack at this time because the Israelis were about to do so. So that takes away the argument that there was an imminent threat, as in Iran was planning to attack us immediately. That just simply did not exist.
May I ask you to pause? Sure. And so I've heard people say that, and this just happened, but history has a way of getting rewritten in real time, and then you look back 10 or 15, 20, 25 years later, and no one seems to understand the things that you saw because they've been eliminated. Yeah. So
we got another subscriber, man. Thank y'all for subscribing to the channel. Who that is that subscribed to the channel? Damn, I missed it, man. Whoever that was, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I missed it. It popped. It came up and went away that quick. But I appreciate you guys for subscribing to the channel. Real talk. Much love to everybody that's doing that. Thank you. We're on the road to 2,000 subscribers, y'all. I haven't been going live that long, But so I'm still learning a lot of things about going live. So, but we're almost at 2,000 subscribers. So I appreciate every one of you.
I think it's important to stop and say, here's what we actually know. So I'd like now, if we could, just to play one of the statements that you alluded to, and that's from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. And this was shortly after this war commenced. And he was explaining, as is his habit, in a thoughtful, precise way, why. Here's
Not them going to get receipts. Not them bringing receipts up. What Marco Rubio say?
Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even...
Not all proteins created equal.
Wait, did he misspeak on that though? I believe he misspoke.
Then we would all be here answering questions.
Because the Israeli...
Y'all think Marco Rubio might have misspoke on that though?
But history has a way of getting rewritten in real time, and then you look back 10.
Hold on.
I think this is key. I mean, this would be more challenging to explain had the Secretary of State, the President, and the Speaker of the House not come out and said that we conducted this attack at this time because the Israelis were about to do so. So that takes away the argument that there was an imminent threat, as in Iran was planning to attack us.
You about to leave because I keep interrupting? Okay, well, we'll see you next time, Brandon. Bye. You can leave. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Pam, how you feeling? What's up, Pam? You said I am Persian. I'm doing well. But yeah, Brandon. Bye-bye, Brandon. We'll see you next time, buddy.
Immediately. That just simply did not exist.
May I ask you to pause? Sure. And so I've heard people say that, and this just happened, but history has a way of getting rewritten in real time, and then you look back 10 or 15, 20, 25 years later, and no one seems to understand the things that you saw because they've been eliminated. So I think it's important to stop and say, here's what we actually know. So I'd like now, if we could, just to play one of the statements that you alluded to, and that's from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. And this was shortly after this war commenced. And he was explaining, as is his habit, in a thoughtful, precise way, why. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
Okay, so that is his almost contemporaneous explanation.
I get what Joe Kent is saying now. I get what he's saying, literally. Right? Iran never attacked to any country, never. Right? Facts. That's facts. This world needs Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness, facts. No, for real though. Shut up. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Kent been investigated for leaking classified info. Tucker is a clown. All right, guys. So yes, we're gonna talk about that too, right? So like I said, a lot of you guys just believe a lot of the bull crap that's happening, right? The moment, it's so crazy that he wasn't being probed before that, right? Before he decided to resign and come out and say these things, nobody was investigating Joe Kent. Nobody. But the moment he come out, because they realized how powerful his voice can be, right? The type of position that he held, right? Now everybody is on a smear campaign for Joseph Kent. All of a sudden now, everybody's on a smear campaign. Everybody want to investigate him now for releasing classified information. Really? Really? And it's so crazy how you folks actually believe that. Like, you actually will believe that. When it's right in your face, like, why? Okay, why all of a sudden now? Right? Why all of a sudden now? Interesting. Interesting. You conservatives, some of you guys are very disingenuous, man. Very disingenuous.
Explanation, and it's not offhand. He reasons it out. He explains there's a logic chain there, and he says, we knew not that Iran was going to attack. He did not say that.
Right.
He said we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, and in retaliation for those attacks by Israel against Iran, Iran might attack American forces. So the imminent threat that the Secretary of State is describing is not from Iran, it's from Israel.
Right.
Exactly. And I think this speaks to the broader issue. Who is in charge of our policy in the Middle East? Who is in charge of when we decide to go to war or not? In this case, with what the Secretary described, and later on the President, later on the Speaker of the House, and the way the events played out, the Israelis drove the decision to take this action, which we knew would set off a series of events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate. Now, I think there's a potential there where we could have done several different things. We could have simply said to the Israelis, no, you will not. And if you do, then we will take something away from you. I think that it's fine that we offer defense to Israel. But when we're providing the means for their defense, we get to.
I know it's true. I know it's true. Well, I don't know it's. All right, here goes the article right here. I haven't even read the article yet, but I've already looked into this article. FBI investigates Joe Kent as White House attacks his credibility. Okay, so I've already ran across this. This is already, set up for me to go over later on. Okay, like I know this. I already know what's going on. It just sounded like you was actually supporting the investigation. Maybe I read it wrong, Robert. Robert Wilson. It just sounded like you were supporting the investigation. The way you worded it, you were like, "Hold on, let me see. Kent being investigated for leaking classified info. Tucker is a clown, right?" Yeah, because you said it and then you called Tucker a clown. So it just sounds like you support the investigation.
To dictate the terms of when they go on the offensive. Otherwise, they stand to lose that relationship. And the Israelis felt emboldened that no matter what they did, no matter what situation they put us in, that they could go ahead and take this action, and we would just have to react. And so that speaks to that relationship. But also, it just shows that there was a lobby pushing for us to go to war. I know we'll get into that later on in the statement, but we had a real potential, I think, knowing what we know of the Iranians and how they react, and in particular, how they react to President Trump's leadership. The Iranians, under President Trump's leadership, especially in his second term, they have shown that they take a very calculated approach to the escalation ladder. For instance, in the lead up to the 12-day war before Midnight Hammer, the Iranians didn't attack us. They were engaged in negotiations with us. When President Trump came back into office, they stopped their proxies who were attacking us under the Biden administration because they knew Biden was weak. They stopped their proxies from attacking us as well. So they knew President Trump was someone who wanted to negotiate, but more importantly, they knew that President Trump was not someone to mess with because he killed Qasem Soleimani. He killed Abu Mahdi Mohandas. He had defeated ISIS. They knew that President Trump was a man of action. He is militarily strong. And so they said, before we take an action, we need to make sure that it's calculated. So I think in this scenario, even if the Israelis told us we're going to strike on this date at this time, and we didn't, try to negotiate with the Israelis and say, hey, we'll take something away from them, I think we still could have back-channeled to the Iranians and said, hey, if something happens here in the next couple of days, it's not us. We're still serious about negotiations, and we don't want to escalate this because it's well known what the Iranians' plans were. We knew that they were going to hit potentially our bases in the region, potentially our allies. We knew about the Straits of Hormuz. All of these things, I think, were fairly well known.
And the Houthis.
And it was well known. But yeah, it was well known way before all of this stuff was well known. Like all of the information was given to the president, even when we was talking about Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter was talking about Tulsi Gabbard and all the intel that they was giving the president, all the information they was giving the president on trying to stop him from actually going into this war, right? All the things that they were telling him, like we don't need to do this, President. Like President Trump, we don't need to go there. Like it's a bad idea. He knew he had all the information right there at his disposal, but he still decided to strike anyways. And now diesel prices are $5.45. I wonder how much diesel would go up today. Yesterday it was $5.45. The day before yesterday it was $5.25. I've seen some places $5.19. I've seen a couple small places $4.99. So I wonder how much diesel is gonna go up today. You guys let me know. Probably go up to about $6. ridiculous. All because of a dumb decision that was made by a dumb president.
Ability to close the Red Sea, which they've not yet
Right.
done, but which would be catastrophic
Yes.
to the world. Everybody knows somebody who has had an unexpected tragedy. You lose a parent, a spouse, and that person, to compound the tragedy, didn't have life insurance. It's bad enough what happened, then comes the financial crisis, the mortgage payment, the college tuition, basic bills that don't stop coming. It is awful.
I may be lost, my friend, but it's truth. Leakers rather truth tellers are essential to our country as a democracy to deal honestly. Shout out to everybody that's here, man. Hit the like button. I don't know where we at on the likes. You guys let me know how many likes we have. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. I don't even know. I can't even see the likes, so. All right.
Adds to the pain. So if you've been putting it off, you probably shouldn't anymore. You need life insurance. Your loved ones do. And ethos. And there's a lot of commentary on this. And I kind of took a quick trip through it this afternoon. And one of the consistent themes is, well, I mean, of course, there's a lot of slander, which we can talk about. But the substantive attack on you, and it is an attack or refutation of your letter, is that, well, actually, Joe Kent was totally for using military action. He supported the Soleimani.
Hey, if you shoot guns a lot and you're not as good as you'd like to be, then you're...
Jeez, what's up with all the freaking ads? Unless you're a Boeing leaker, better run. 858 now, thank you. Tell me you ain't a mega supporter. Sick.
Example. So he doesn't have a problem on principle with an engagement with Iran. You're saying what to that? What's your response?
Well, I have no compunction about really fighting anybody who threatens our country, and the Iranians have posed a threat in the past, and the Iranians have a way of threatening America. They have the capability, and we always talk in the intelligence circles about capability.
Yes.
Uh-oh, we got a new subscriber, guy. Let me see who it is real quick, if I can get there to see it. Damn, I missed it again. I'm always missing the new subscribers. Thank you guys, man. Bravo, bravo. This is a true American warrior. That's facts. He really is. Joe Kent is a decorated American warrior for sure. That is a fact. That is a fact. That man got a hell of a resume right there. That man on the screen right there, he got a hell of a resume for sure. 11 combat wars. Salute to you, sir. Real talk. Thank you, Legio. Thank you. I was trying to get there quick and look. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And intent, what your enemy is capable of doing and what they actually want to do. And again, back to the data that we have on the Iranians, they used the escalation ladder. We saw that deliberately during the 12-day war. When they struck back after Midnight Hammer, it was very deliberate. They fired an equal amount of missiles as we dropped bombs on the nuclear facilities, and they basically hit a part of a base in Qatar that they knew we didn't have any troops on.
Yes.
They didn't want to escalate any further than we were willing to go. But also, the Iranians, when they pose a threat to us, they usually do it with their proxies. And if their proxies stick their heads up and their proxies come after us, this is basically the Trump doctrine, we hammer them and we hammer their high-profile leaders. Qasem Soleimani was highly effective and highly revered in Iran because the previous presidents, prior to President Trump, Obama and Bush, let Qasem Soleimani run around, raise proxy armies, kill Americans, and no one ever did anything to him. President Trump rightfully killed Qasem Soleimani. We got his deputy, Abu Mahdi Mohandas, who had American blood on his hands, took them off the battlefield. But then President Trump stopped. He took those two key players off the battlefield, and he said, I'm not going to further escalate with Iran unless you escalate with us, knowing that if we struck Iran and we truly struck the regime, that would only strengthen the regime. So then President Trump did something that's incredibly smart, used that decisive military action, but then he coupled it with an economic package of sanctions, maximum pressure sanctions. And we can debate whether or not we should be using sanctions as the prime reserve currency holder or whatever, but he pressured the Iranians economically. After punching them in the mouth and showing that, hey, I won't take this, I'm not Obama, I'm not Bush. If you cross a line, I will come after you. But then he really put the pressure on them economically. And if you look at the effect of the economic sanctions, that's what got the Iranian people on the streets actually protesting against the Ayatollah's government, which is ostensibly what we would like. We would like to see a bottom-up regime change where we get rid of the Ayatollah, but it's the will of the people, and they have a new successful government that's stable that we can deal with.
Somebody said stop pausing the video, and I'm gonna pause it just because you said stop pausing the video. You don't run shit over here, Noah. Noah Flemings, you don't run a damn thing over here. When I'm watching somebody else's content, I have to pause and commentate, right? I just can't watch somebody else's video and just let it run through, right? That's not fair use. That's stealing somebody's content. I'm fair using literally Tucker Carlson's content. I'm reacting to it. I'm listening to it and reacting to it. All right. So understand that. I'm going to pause it every once in a while. All right. Qatar is a glorified vacation and shipping base. So the fact Qatar got it means about not a thing. All right. All right, Joe Kent. We got to make this point. Yeah, sanctions can be gross when the only people who suffer are the common people, but no change happened. That's facts. That's facts. I wonder if they're going to talk about the investigation that they launched on him. But we'll read into it real quick. Matter of fact, we'll just
One way to throw that all out the window, and this isn't just Joe Kent's opinion, many scholars, and I think a lot of intelligence assessments have been written about this too, I know for a fact they have, is that if we struck the regime, it would only strengthen it. And that's not, I think that's just basic common sense. I mean, I think of myself, and probably you're in this camp as well, we didn't like Joe Biden, we didn't like Barack Obama, but if an outside force were to come in here and try and topple them while they were the president, I would 100% rally around the flag. That's just common sense. So if we wanted to strengthen,
you actually did. You joined the military under Bill Clinton,
under Clinton,
whom I assume you didn't vote for.
Right.
Right. You joined in 1998. You've gone the whole cycle of the war on terror, I notice, and served out as an NCO. I think your entire.
I ain't gonna lie, man. Joe Kent, man, you might be a respectable. Nah, they ain't might be. Joe Kent, he a respectable stand-up guy, man. Real talk. He is. For him to be able to sit here and say, you know, he didn't support this, he didn't support that, but still was able to fight for our country underneath the presidents that he did not support at the time, I can respect that. I can respect that. Man, the complexity of it all. Wow. It's crazy, right? Kent the leaker is headed to prison. Yeah. That's a smear campaign. You guys just mad that he quit on y'all. That's all. You just mad that he quit. He ain't going to prison. That man is not going anywhere. Y'all just mad because he ain't with the bullshit. He know what's going on.
NCO warrant officer.
Yeah, warrant officer, 20 years. And I should just say, I hate ever to refer to a man's resume as like a data point because your ideas exist separately. But in this specific case, meaning you spend most of your time fighting Iranian proxies.
Yeah, a good deal of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're aware of the threat from Iran. You have personally used violence against that threat.
I have.
Yeah. A lot of it, I think. And you supported the president's policy up until fairly recently.
Right.
And you've said that a lot in public. In fact, you went to work for him. He hired you.
Yeah.
Right. But here's from what I can tell is the central question. Imminent threat. Now, the president has said many times to many people, including the public, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Mm-hmm. I'm sure he must have said that to you. You don't have to say it. But he said it to everybody. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. They can't have a nuke. Whenever asked, we say, let's just start here. They can't have a nuke.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Everyone agreed with that conceptually. Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't. 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either. I mean, the Iranians have had a religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004. That's been in place since 2004. That's available in the public sphere. But then also, we had no intelligence to indicate that fatwa was being disobeyed or it was on the cusp of being lifted. The Iranian strategy, it's actually pretty pragmatic. The Iranians are obviously aware of what's taking place in their region.
So that means the soldiers are over there fighting for Israel, y'all. That means the soldiers are literally fighting for Israel. They're not fighting for us. They're not fighting for the United States of America. If we didn't even, if they didn't have, if they weren't not a nuclear threat last year or 3 weeks ago, right? This is the director, the former director of national counterterrorism, is coming out and telling us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right? And it's true because Tulsi Gabbard literally told the president the exact same thing before she flip flopped, before she just said, "Fuck it, it is what it is. We're gonna go anyway." Before he took the opinion of Netanyahu, bro, we fighting a war for Israel, bro. At the end of the day, if you support this war, put a one in the chat. If you support this war, put a one in the chat. Somebody said research the guy before making an opinion. He's been very vocal. They're mad because he had the courage and the conscience to speak up. Why would you, my, blah, blah, blah. They have enriched uranium and threatened they could make 11 nukes. We acted. End the discussion. That's a lie, Robert. You're just repeating talking points from the president. You're just repeating talking points from the president. That's it. Robert, you're lying. Robert, you're lying. You're a parakeet, bro. Literally, y'all say the same shit that you're repeating the same shit Pete Hegseth is saying, Marco Rubio is saying. Everybody is parakeeting the same shit. It's not true. It's not true.
And their strategy was to not completely abandon their nuclear program because they saw what happened to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya when he said, "Hey, I've got no more nukes. I'll do what you say. I'll give up my nukes."
And we gave him the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, we regime changed him, and he was executed by his own people in the most horrific way.
Oh, sodomized by a bayonet. Right. Okay.
So
we have nukes. China has nukes. Russia have nukes. North Korea have nukes. We have nukes. So what? So what? Bro, we are literally worried about. I'm telling y'all, we worry about Israel too much. I don't understand. Why do we worry about these people so much, chat? Literally. Why do the United States worry about Israel so much? What is it? What is so special about these people, y'all? Hmm? Do y'all really like what is special about I mean, are we America first or are we Israel first? Which one? Hmm? What are we? What are we? I'm serious. Like who are like how are they special to y'all? Are they special to y'all? I'm serious. Like y'all only believe these people because y'all think they're God chosen people. That's it. Y'all only believe these liars because y'all think they're God's chosen people. They fooled y'all. They fooled y'all to believe that there's some special people on earth and whatever they say is law. Whatever they say is law because you think that you think God handpicked them. Only a fool would believe that. Only a fool only a fool would believe that. What are me? What am I? A human being and we're all God's children. Everybody. Everybody is God's child, not just one people. God's chosen. The fuck out of here. Only a damn demon would believe some bullshit like that. Blacks ain't no chosen either. Stop all that bullshit. All that dumb shit. Blacks are chosen. These people are chosen. Y'all are fucking retarded. I read the Bible plenty of times. doesn't mean that they doesn't mean that they're the people of the book. And even then, that shit just literature to me. Literally, it's just literature to me. Just literature. God chose a people. Really? Y'all so crazy. That book is so young. The Earth is what? The Earth is so old, bro. Literally, 4.5 billion years old, some shit like that. And y'all believe this. Y'all believe this new book so extensively. It's wild to me. And then y'all be the same people who say you believe in science. I don't understand. Anyways, we're not gonna get into that. We're not gonna get into that. We're not gonna get into that. We're not.
So that's the lesson I think that the entire region took from that when Hillary Clinton.
Unfortunately, that is what the neocon, neoliberal warmongers. That's the lesson.
Because I respect people who, I respect if you, I respect everybody's belief systems, stuff like that. So, but if you think that you're more special than somebody else, I don't respect your belief system. Sorry. If your belief system tells me or tells you that you're better than other people, fuck your belief system. I said what I said.
That they showed everyone in the region. And then conversely, the Iranians also knew that if they came out and said, okay, we've got a nuke, whether they were bluffing or not, Saddam Hussein, Iraq right next door. So they kind of had
he hung, I think.
He was hung by his own people, after a bloody, war that's still essentially going on inside of Iraq. So the Iranians' position, when viewed from the lens of the region, was actually fairly pragmatic. They were preventing, themselves from developing a bomb, but they still wanted the ability. They wanted the ability to enrich. They wanted the ability to have some components so that they weren't completely stripped of it. And when we always assessed that they were either several months or a year, 2 years away from actually being able to develop a nuclear weapon. And that's not because the Iranians are stupid people. I think we can tell right now that the Iranians are anything but stupid. They had the ability, I think, that the brain power to actually develop one, or they could have simply traded a ton of oil with Pakistan or with someone else to actually get a nuclear weapon. They were not doing that. We had no intelligence to indicate that they were.
Then why was the president?
We had no intelligence to indicate that they were. Y'all heard what he said. He came out, he's telling the truth. Yeah, of course you gotta respect other cultures, but not the blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't respect anybody who think they're better than other people. I don't respect a book that says that black people are cursed. I don't respect none of that stuff. Nope. Not no Book of the Mormons, none of that. But yeah, y'all heard what he said, man. There was no intelligence to suggest that these people were making a nuclear weapon or threatening the United States with a nuclear weapon. It was no evidence to suggest that. Come on, come on, come on, buddy. Let them know. Tell the truth. You speak up. When you speak up and tell the truth, Joe, that's when they start the character assassinations. Y'all gotta see the pattern, Meryl. Anytime somebody speak up against the powers that be, what happens? Look at Jesus Christ. The saint, y'all talking about the Bible. Look at Jesus Christ. What did Jesus Christ do? He spoke up against the Romans. He spoke up against the powers that be. Right? He spoke up against the evil Jews, the Pharisee. He spoke up against these people. What they do? They assassinated his character and then they killed him. Perfect example right here, y'all. Right here. Jesus the Christ was assassinated. His character was assassinated for speaking up against the people, for speaking up against the powers that be. And that's exactly what's happening. Not saying this man is Jesus Christ. I'm just saying they speak up every time people speak up against the powers that be, they get assassinated. Their character get assassinated, right? They get drugged through the mud. All that. all that. And that's exactly what's happening to this man right here. Because they were just cool just a week ago. They was all just cool just a week ago, right? It was all good just a week ago. Now all of a sudden they investigate him for leaking. What it say? FBI investigates Joe Kent as White House attack his credibility. Now they want to question his credibility because he came out and resigned. That's crazy. But they were just all cool a week ago, y'all. It was all good. It was all good, y'all. The FBI is investigating Joe Kent, who resigned this week as the counterterrorism director in protest over the war with Iran, over allegations that he leaked classified information according to reports while Trump administration officials attack his credibility, right? Literally just said, I'm not saying he's like Jesus Christ. All I'm saying is he spoke up. The example is he spoke up, right? He said that um, he spoke up and said Iran was not an imminent threat to the United States, right? He directly opposed the president of the United States, right? In his position. He directly opposed his position and came out and resigned and put out a letter and said no, right? He spoke up. And now what's happening? They are assassinating his character.
And then conversely, the Iranians also knew that if they came out and said, "Okay, we've got a nuke," whether they were bluffing or not, right. Saddam Hussein, Iraq right next door. So they kind of had
he
this.
hung, I think.
He was hung by his own people, after a bloody, war that's still essentially going on inside of Iraq. So the Iranians' position, when viewed from the lens of the region, was actually fairly pragmatic. They were preventing, themselves from developing a bomb, but they still wanted the ability. They wanted the ability to enrich. They wanted the ability to have some components so that they weren't completely stripped of it. And when we always assessed that they were either several months or a year, 2 years away from actually being able to develop a nuclear weapon. And that's not because the Iranians are stupid people. I think we can tell right now that the Iranians are anything but stupid. They had the ability, I think, that the brain power to actually develop one, or they could have simply traded a ton of oil with Pakistan or with someone else to actually get a nuclear weapon. They were not doing that. We had no intelligence to indicate that they were.
Then why was the president, was he told?
Smoking dope is like a sherm, blah, blah, blah. Tupac quote from the song, hit 'em up, blah, blah, blah. You hate Jewish people, you're for defending themselves and their success. That's why you said it on YouTube and you agree. Okay, I don't hate nobody. All right, I don't hate. Y'all love to play the victim. Don't nobody hate them. I just said they're not special. Nobody is that special. All right. What's the new covenant? The new covenant is leaving animal sacrifice and coming into the grace of Christ. That's the new covenant. The new covenant is getting rid of animal sacrifices, coming into the grace of Christ. All right. So you still have to, when I read the Bible, right, because it's a literature book to me. But from my understanding is the Old Testament was you had to atone from your sins through sacrificing to the Lord. Now in the new covenant is there's no more sacrifices. You have to just uh, continue to do right, but you also have to ask for forgiveness, and you have to still let go of your sins. So what's that scripture? Romans 6 and whatever. Uh, what shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? God forbid. No, you can't. Blah 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 blah. So the new covenant is you believe in Christ and accept Christ, believe in Christ, but you still must keep God's commandments. That's the new covenant in a nutshell. I'm not a Bible expert, never claimed to be, but I have read it before.
They were on the brink of it? Why?
Kent's wife is a free Palestine. Wow. His wife is dead. Now I'm gonna delete you from the channel. His wife is dead, but I'm gonna go ahead and delete you from my channel. How is the new Christ was here yesterday. he was here yesterday, today, and the day before. Like Christ always been through. He came in the volume of the book. So what do you mean the new covenant is Jesus Christ? No, the new covenant it's a covenant. It's an agreement, right? Christ is now the ultimate sacrifice because you don't sacrifice animals anymore. That was the old covenant. The old covenant was that you sacrifice animals to atone for your sins. Now Christ is the ultimate sacrifice in the new covenant. That's the new covenant now, right? Now all your sins are atoned through Christ, but you still must keep the commandments. You just don't have to kill a turtle dove, or you just don't have to kill a goat no more. No, you don't do that, right? But the wages of sin is still death. The wages of sin is still death, but you have grace now. It's so easy to understand. Literally, the Bible is so simple. It's a simple literature book. The wages of sin is still death because you have grace. You have a grace period to get yourself right with the Lord. But that's why the Bible also says, um, the Bible also says, but if for those of you who sin willfully, right? For those who sin willfully, it will not be no more. I forgot what it said, but the Lord, basically, the Lord, it will not be no more sacrifice for those who sin willfully, and that's in the new covenant. That's in the new covenant. Okay, that's in the new covenant. So you have grace in the new covenant, but you still must not sin willfully. You still must try to walk according to the commandments. That's what you must do. But if you break the commandments, if you commit adultery, right, or if you unalive somebody, you're just gonna go to jail, but you're not gonna get unalived. You're not gonna be a eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. It's not any of that anymore, right? But because in the old covenant, if you committed adultery, the penalty was death. It was death in the old covenant. That's the old covenant. Now Christ came and gave you life, right? You're not gonna die anymore because of that sin. But if he gonna give you grace, but if you keep doing it, you keep doing that sin, then the wages of sin is death. Eventually your ass gonna die. Just not as quick. The Bible's so easy to understand, bro. It's an easy book.
At the beginning of every conversation about Iran, would the president say, I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? Why was that the central question when, and you would know since you were the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, why would he say that if there was no intelligence or evidence that they were actually developing a nuke?
So, I mean, a couple things. This is what I talk about in the letter about this ecosystem of information that's laundered through a lot of prominent neoconservative types that are very sympathetic to the Israeli cause, and then also Israeli government officials who give us things in semi-official channels. What they did was they created basically a shifting red line or a new red line. So that
that's not true. In the old covenant, all sin was worth death. And that's not true, Creole. That is not true. That is not true. That's 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 not true. All right. Anyways, y'all, y'all trying to turn this into Sunday church. I might have to start doing lives on this though, for real. We might have to, y'all. We might start just doing a strict live and just going debating. Just not even really debating, but just talking about the Bible. Just talking about the Bible. You said prove me wrong. Prove you wrong on what? Creole. Just stop, bro. You're all over the place. Can't mix covenants. What you mean you can't mix covenants? What are you talking about? Y'all, we're gonna stay here. We're gonna stay here. We're gonna stay here. All right. That's an answer. Prove me wrong. We can debate. No, no. We're gonna stay here, guys. Yeah, we're gonna move along. We're right here, guys. We're doing this. All right. I'm not finna debate nobody about the Bible. All right. Not today. We could do it another time. Not today.
if the president's red line was Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We've actually got a lot of trade space in there for a deal to be made because of what I just described with the Iranian policy. Essentially, the Iranians saying, okay, well, we don't want a nuclear weapon. Well, that means we basically are at a point where we can start negotiating and we can come up with a deal. And the president is a fantastic deal maker. So if your goal is to move us away from any kind of deal and your goal is to move us into a conflict, you have to shift that red line. And that's where a lot of this, I would say, what became a de facto U.S. policy of Iran can have no nuclear enrichment.
Yo, I gotta go and order me some food over here at that cafe in a minute. So I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna go over here, order some food, and I'm gonna come back. But y'all can hang out. I just want to go order this food before breakfast is over with. I think breakfast is over with at what, 10:30?
It was laundered through a lot of the different talking heads, Mark Levin, Mark Dubowitz. You've got the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, you name it. Washington, D.C. has plenty of pro-Israeli lobbyists who will come and say those things, who will publish think pieces on it, who will go on the media, who will run, op-eds in the Wall Street Journal to talk about this, why they can't have any enrichment whatsoever. And then we have a high degree of engagement with Israeli government officials.
Y'all, I don't care about what the Bible say. We just having a discussion. It's a literature book to me. Literally, it's not. It's just like any other book to me. It's not. Y'all the one who take it so serious. I know it's a literature book. It's not even the oldest book ever. What are we talking about? Let's be real. You guys, you the people who believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old or 12,000 years old. Like, you're foolish. You're completely foolish.
Who will come in and say, well, they're enriching and they could enrich, or they could enrich more, and that will get them closer to a nuclear weapon. So then enrichment basically became the new U.S. policy. And the only official I've heard, and folks are welcome to look for this, that said this in the first Trump administration was Mike Pompeo. He said it. The president didn't say it. The president has been very consistent. He said they can't have a nuclear weapon. But again, like I said, that puts us at a place where we actually could have negotiations. And only President Trump, I think, could successfully have negotiations with Iran because he actually punched them in the face. And the Iranians had been walking all over us. They had been killing our soldiers. All of that is true. I have no sympathy whatsoever for the Iranians, what their proxies were doing. President Trump level set that when he killed Qasem Soleimani and he killed Abu Mahdi Mohandas. The folks who wanted to push an actual regime change war in Iran knew this, and they knew there was a potential to get a deal, or there was a potential for President Trump just to continue the policy of maximum pressure sanctions, and if you come after us, we will hit you hard. And that got the protesters out on the street in Iran, and that's actually what the regime feared the most. I don't think the Ayatollah feared dying, not because he, is some crazy lunatic. I'm sure some degree of the Shia martyrdom culture played a factor in that. However, I think he knew that if he was killed, the regime would survive because the people would rally around the regime.
Upwork gives my business access to the world's best freelance talent. We really need an e-com expert. Upwork's AI helps match us with the perfect person for the project. Great portfolio, 5-star reviews, perfect. What's next?
Get a match, get moving. Upwork.
Yeah, 488. Oh, okay. Okay.
Your job doesn't stop. Neither do we. More than 1 million products, every industry, every day. With easy ordering and fast delivery. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, there's been a lot of noise in the news lately, but none of it matters if you can't hear it. And there's no shame in that. It happens to millions of people every year. If you shoot a lot, you know the feeling. Our friends at Audion can change your life. Audion offers FDA-compliant hearing aids for as low as $98. No prescription, no doctor's visit required. Available at over 10,000 retailers nationwide, including Walmart and Walgreens. Over 1.5 million Americans already use Audion, and it's changed their lives. No more squinting and struggling to hear as people try to talk to you. Audion helps you reconnect to the world and, more important, to other people who are the key to life. Visit HearTucker.com. That's Hear, H-E-A-R, Tucker.com, or call 1-800-453-2916 to learn more about how Audion can help you or someone you love hear better. It's essential healthcare hearing and is now accessible and affordable.
The eggs and all that.
That's the system should have done all along. I believe you predicted this, some years ago. I think we're watching. I mean, it's hard to know exactly what we're watching, but it seems consistent with what we are watching. So I'm just focused on this question of imminent threat, because that's really the only justification I think most Americans would accept for a preemptive war.
Certainly.
Otherwise, just like a war of choice done because Bibi told you to, and no one wants to get behind that because it's obviously illegitimate. So imminent threat, you're saying that there was no intelligence that you saw with the highest level clearance, obviously involved in this conversation, that showed an imminent threat from Iran to the United States?
No, unless we took certain actions, unless we came after them in a way that they thought threatened the regime, then we basically knew what they were going to do.
Well, okay, but right, of course.
Right, but like any country. So if you attack any country, we know that they're going to have a reaction.
We face an imminent threat once we attack you.
Fantastic. Yeah, exactly. But
we back, chat. I had to go order some food, y'all. Give me some breakfast. Hope everybody doing well today. Shout out to everybody that's here, man. Everybody being respectful in the chat. Whether you talking about this, politics, religion, whatever you talking about, man. At the end of the day, I ain't got no ill will towards anybody, right? And you here rocking with me, I rock with you. You feel me? Subscribe to the channel. Come show love every time we go live. We could agree to disagree, whatever the case may be, right? And so it is what it is, man. I gotta go to the restroom though. Real talk. I'll be right back.
There was no intelligence that said, hey, on whatever day it was, March 1st, the Iranians are going to launch this big sneak attack. They're going to do some kind of a 9/11 Pearl Harbor, et cetera. They're going to attack one of our bases. There was none of that intelligence. Again, back to what we know about the Iranians. They're very, very deliberate with the escalation ladder. And again, they're only deliberate under President Trump's leadership because they knew and they took President Trump very, very seriously.
So, I mean, I just think it's a remarkable thing to nail down, because you're not some guy on Twitter. You're a senior, as of yesterday, you were a senior U.S. Intelligence official who's not hostile to President Trump, who's not here to write a tell-all book or launch a media career. So I think you're a sober voice on this. And just to be clear, there was no intelligence that showed an imminent threat. There was no intelligence that showed they were on the cusp of building a nuclear weapon. There was no intelligence, indeed, that showed they were trying to build a nuclear weapon. And nobody said, I've seen it, but you haven't. It exists, but you just haven't seen it. Did you ever hear anybody say there is intel that shows this?
I did not, no. But I know how this works. I know the Israeli officials, some in intelligence, some in government, will come to U.S. government officials, and they will say all kinds of things that we know from our intelligence just simply isn't true. And they'll say, hey, I'm giving you a preview. It's not in intelligence channels yet, but here's what's going to happen. And that doesn't usually come to
Wait a second. I mean, I thought that U.S. policymakers made their decisions on the basis of intelligence collected and or vetted by our intelligence. That's why we have intelligence agencies that soak up hundreds of billions a year. But you're saying that Israeli officials short-circuited the entire U.S. government and just went right to American policymakers and said, it doesn't matter what your country says, here's what we know. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, usually they're pretty slick, and they'll say, hey, this isn't in intelligence channels yet because it's going to take some time to get there. And here they're on the cusp of building a bomb. They're going to, I don't know, you pick your topic. A lot of times they'll sample different things until they find what sticks. But in general, the narrative about, they're going to do a preemptive attack, or really just they're going to build a nuclear weapon. And if we don't stop them now, they're going to build a nuclear weapon. And enrichment is the pathway to that. They're going to continue enriching at whatever percent. Enrichment became the narrative. And so that hung up and that short-circuited and really sabotaged the entire negotiations, because the Iranians basically said, like, we're not going to negotiate if the whole starting point is no enrichment. And again, that had nothing to do with a nuclear weapon, and the Iranians essentially agreed to that. So the Israelis came in, they moved that red line, and they would do a lot to say like, oh, they're enriching, and you know what that means? That means in X amount of time they could have a nuclear bomb. You have to ask now. And then the way the ecosystem would work is that the talking heads on TV, you know, your Mark Levin's, Sean Hannity's, et cetera, they would say basically the exact same thing that night on TV, or there would be a piece written in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, that would say something very, very similar. Yet, if you looked in classified intelligence, we didn't see any of that.
I've been doing this better than, well, going on 50 years. I've worked for...
I mean, that must have been such a weird experience for you.
Bizarre.
Since you have access to the biggest and most powerful and presumably the best intel agencies in the world, and you're seeing people say things as fact when you know that they're not facts.
Right.
What was that like?
Infuriating. And I think that's why, in general, in the lead up to
Shawty on go, get it. All right, y'all. I don't know what is happening. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Man, this is wild, bro. We almost at 100 likes, man. Let's get those likes up. We almost at 100 likes. All right. Little. Almost at 100 likes. Let's get the likes up, man. Get the likes up to 100. Let's get back to the video. Before we get into that video, I don't know who's still hanging out right now, but the FBI is investigating Joe Kent. All right, so let me see if I can actually do this real quick. All right, so the FBI is investigating Joe Kent. See if you guys can actually read that. All right. So, the FBI is investigating Joe Kent, who resigned this week as a counterterrorism director in protest over the war with Iran, over allegations that he leaked classified information according to reports, while Trump administration officials attacked his credibility. Kent resigned Tuesday as director of National Counterterrorism Center. A position to which the MAGA supporter and far-right conspiracy theorist with ties to white nationalist group was nominated in early 2025 by President Donald Trump, stating that Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran, he said. The FBI investigation into Kent predates his resignation. Unidentified sources told Semaphore, the first to report on the development. The New York Times, News Nations, and others have since corroborated that story. All right. Kent is the first senior Trump administration official to resign over the war that has divided Republicans and supporters of the president, who campaign on ending conflicts while warning Americans that if the Democrats were to return to the White House, the United States would be lured into a war with Iran. All right. All right, little information about the allegations against Kent was known. The revelations of the investigations come as the White House was attempting to undermine and dismiss the man Trump had repeatedly called a great American hero for his service as a soldier, Green Beret, and CIA officer. All right, so I told y'all it was all good just a week ago, right? He was a great American hero just a week ago. But the moment he resigned from his position, now he's under investigation for what? Leaking classified information, really? Yeah, we ain't stupid. We are not stupid. In his resignation letter, Kent argued that Trump was pulled into the war by Israel, claiming the Middle Eastern countries had deployed a disinformation campaign to convince Americans that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States. Trump told reporters on Tuesday that he thought of Kent as a nice guy who was very weak on security. But he didn't want to tell him that prior to the resignation, though. Only after the resignation, now he's weak on security. Yeah, okay. Okay. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out because said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was Iran was the threat, said the president. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt refuted the allegations as insulting and laughable. Speaking to reporters Wednesday, she attempted to distance Trump from Kent, saying he has not been involved with the president's intelligence briefings for several months and has not been seen at the White House for quite some time. Of course, of course, right? They're all birds of a feather flock together, right? You know, they're gonna. It just we see the play. The president feels it is deeply disappointing that after the president gave him an opportunity in this administration to serve the American people, that he would resign with a letter filled with falsehoods, right? Accusing the president of the United States of being controlled by a foreign country. Because you are, right? Yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu runs Donald Trump. Yeah. Literally run you. He wears the pants in that relationship. The war began late last month after the United States and Israel attacked Iran. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's the biggest joke of the year, literally. Marco Rubio, you're a controlled opposition. You're just so fake. You have no integrity. You have no morals. I can't believe I actually considered voting for you in 2016. I was really fooled. I was fooled by you, Marco Rubio. You're fake. All right. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said that the United States attack on Iran was preemptive. He said they knew Israel was going to attack Iran. It's crazy, which would result in Iran attacking U.S. bases and allies in the region. Duh. It's only natural. All right. The U.S. attack was intended to preempt an Iranian response, he said. All right. That article is crazy. They don't even know why they're investigating the guy. They're just putting it out there. They're just trying to. It's trying to. It's a character assassination. They're just trying to kill his reputation at the end of the day. That's it. They're just trying to kill his reputation, assassinate his character. That's all. And this is the guy we're talking about right here, Joe Kent. Right. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh, my.
To this last iteration, a good deal of key decision makers were not allowed to come express their opinion to the president.
Yeah, and the American people need to be free too. Yeah, it's the elites that are controlling every fucking thing, taking all our tax dollars and spending it. We don't know where the fuck where, right? We need to be free too. They take our tax dollars and spend it everywhere, and we have no control over it. Nothing. Y'all think y'all free, but they. I don't even want to say what I want to say, bro. We sit up here. We're so divided in the United States. Everybody is divided, but we're so free. Everybody divided against each other. We're fighting while the elites are just taking all our fucking money and doing whatever the fuck they want to do, raising prices, healthcare prices, house prices, everything going up. Everything. Basic child care, college tuition, everything is going up. We're just letting them skyrocket everything. And we, the people, do nothing about it. Nothing. But all we do is literally fall. Every year we fall for the same political lies every year. Every year. It don't matter which party wins. Every year. And y'all think they're doing something for us? They don't do shit for us. But raise prices, raise the cost of living everywhere. That's it.
Not allowed by whom?
I think it's important for for me right now, just to stay on the facts. I don't want to point names.
Went to the fucking VA hospital, literally, bro. I went to the VA hospital in Minneapolis, and I went to the one in St. Cloud. I went to one in Kansas City, bro. And I'm talking about the wait times, bro. It's like it's so crazy. Like you serve the country and you have healthcare that you fought for, right? And you go to these places and you're sitting there for hours, bro. It's like what the hell? And they talk about, well, if we had free healthcare, then we'll be waiting for hours. If we had free healthcare, we'll be waiting for hours. It wouldn't be so speedy. Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. That ain't true at all, bruh. Hell no. We still waiting for hours, and at the hospital, at the urgent care, people are still waiting like hell. They're waiting longer than Canadians.
I don't want this to become a name calling or this guy did this on this day.
But any leader has gatekeepers, and so you're saying that you were prevented from bringing this information directly to the president by gatekeepers.
Well, there wasn't a robust debate. So in general, because our assessment really hadn't changed, we would send those up through intelligence channels. Everybody's kind of reading the same intelligence, but then what actually gets briefed to the president can be very, very different depending on who and how it's delivered. And without a level set from the intelligence community, someone like DNI Gabbard coming in and saying, Mr. President, like, here's the full scope of the intelligence and what it means, you're kind of lacking that sanity check of where we're at, or at least a good sampling, to gauge how accurate what the Israelis are saying is. And that process, in my view, was largely stifled in this second iteration. There was robust debate and robust discussions.
Somebody said every time I get on track, they say act was brought. They say act I was brought 4 minutes of hell of the time it takes, right? Big credit. King Op to the ones who may or may not get. What is you talking about? What is you talking about, Donnell? I'm so lost. I'm so lost, bro. Real talk. Where we at on the lights, y'all? Get the lights up, man. We're trying to get 100 lights in here today. Get the lights up, man. Appreciate each and every one of y'all.
Leading up to the 12-day war into Midnight Hammer. But this second round, to me, and I'm sure others will refute this and disagree with me, but what was conducted by just a handful of small of advisors around the president.
That is true. I believe what you're saying is true. My sense, though, and you would know more than I, is there weren't a lot of people directly around the president who work there, who work at the White House, the principals, who are making an aggressive case for this war. Do you think there was, was there a majority of like his top 10 advisors who were saying we must do this now?
I think the circle that was around him was very, very tight and very small. And I think they were all on the same sheet of music. And I think a lot of them were getting their information from the ecosystem that I described. And I think we'd be in a different place if we would have talked about the actual, what the intelligence picture is and what our interest is.
So Israeli government talking points laundered through Fox News and the Wall Street Journal, is that the ecosystem you're talking about?
Yeah, and then the Israeli officials coming in and basically either ahead of time or after the fact saying the same thing, like the enrichment is going to get them a nuclear bomb in a set amount of time.
Do you believe that you and the DNI, for whom you worked until yesterday, had as much?
Crazy, man. The Christians are caught up in this. The Christians are caught up in this war. Israel convinced our nation that we must partake in this war, and we fell for it. And now the American people are paying the price for a whole nother foreign country. We are paying the price for literally for the state of Israel. Literally. Gas prices are averaging out at $3.88 around the country. $3.88 right now across the country. That's the average on fuel right now because of the state of Israel. Diesel yesterday in Texas, diesel was $5.45. because of the state of Israel and the United States wanting to protect their interests. It's only going to get worse because we don't have a real objective there. We don't have a real strategic plan, and that's why this guy resigned. He didn't see the vision because there wasn't no vision. That's why he resigned.
FaceTime with the president as Israeli officials did.
So if you want to dish the GMOs and
know that for sure because I don't know exactly how frequently the Israelis were engaging directly with the president. It did seem like Benjamin Netanyahu was, obviously that was all public that he was in.
You said also was for the oil. Look, bro, they want to control the strait so bad. It's not gonna happen, bro. It's not gonna happen. See, that's only one side that you saw, Nick. Nick Overman, you saw one side. You said the people are rejoicing. That's all. If you go look at the videos that they're showing, when they selected that new supreme leader, it was millions of people supporting that too. Definitely, millions of people. They were rejoicing when they selected the new supreme leader. So you got to say both sides. Yeah, there was some people who were celebrating and rejoicing when the other guy got unalived and all that stuff. But when the new supreme leader came in, it was even more people rejoicing. Now make sure you say that, but you ain't gonna say that because you only wanna you have a narrative. That's it. You have a narrative. That's it. You want to stick to your narrative and your agenda only. But you ain't gonna say that though. You ain't gonna say that. 5.85 per gallon in Oregon. That's for gasoline or diesel. Yeah, exactly. Y'all see how he came with ad hominems then? He came with ad hominems because he didn't have nothing else to say. So he got to say you're a clown. Okay. All right. You have a narrative? Okay. I do have a narrative. It's called 86,000 seconds. Let me see if you could chat again. I have a narrative. It's called 86,000 seconds. Let me see if you could chat again. Since I'm a clown, let me see the clown. Let me see if you could chat again. Nick Overman. Go ahead and type in the chat. I do have a narrative. It's called 86,000 seconds. Come back tomorrow. That's 1,433 minutes. Ultimately 24 hours. All right.
In the White
7
House.
times.
Quite a bit. Yeah, quite a bit. And then his other officials as well, Dermer, et cetera. Those guys were in. They were making phone calls. Just a lot of engagement from them. And again, when we would hear or you'd hear what they were saying.
Dusty in the building. Dusty, how you doing, man? You had to go to the you had a doctor's appointment yesterday. Hope everything went well for you, brother. I think it was yesterday, right? You said it was Wednesday. Hope everything going well, Dusty.
It didn't reflect in intelligence channels, even intelligence that we shared with the Israelis that the Israelis were giving us in many cases. So there was a clear, gap between, the intelligence and then the information that the president was given and the decisions that the president was making.
I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position. Obviously, you're not going to divulge anything that's classified. I don't think you would. You definitely shouldn't, because there are people who hurt you for that, and you shouldn't. So without encouraging you to do that, I think it's a commonplace. It's understood in Washington. I've heard from many people who work in your business that a substantial portion of our information touches Israel at some point. Either it's collected by them, it is shaped by them. It's not purely American. Do you think it's fair?
Especially in the Middle East, I would say. I mean, look, the Israelis are tactically very proficient.
Yes.
They have a very competent intelligence service. And there's a lot that we can learn from them in the craft of intelligence.
Yes.
So they're very proficient. They're very good. However, whenever we get information from a liaison service, I think it's incredibly important to realize that it could be given to us to influence us as well as to inform us. And the way that I would see Israeli information, in particular coming from senior officials directly to our senior officials, that caveat just wasn't given frequently enough. And there's a lot of times, some of this is just because of bureaucratic practice, but a lot of it I think is just we feel very comfortable with the Israelis. A lot of them are dual citizens. They sound like us. They don't feel foreign. We kind of go into a more complacent mode where we trust a lot of what they have to say, not keeping in the back of our mind that they have their own agenda and we have our own agenda at the end of the day. Now, I'd say a lot of times we have the same agenda. It's very, very, I think, tactically the same when it comes to fighting Hezbollah.
He is being very careful on the things he's saying. Very, very careful. Right? Seems like on how he's answering this question and formulating his words when he speak about Israel. It's something about Israel, man. I don't know what kind of spiritual power, voodoo, whatever they got on the United States, man. It's like people are just so scared to talk about them or so scared to say the wrong thing about Israel, bro. It's crazy. Crazy. Dusty said it did go well. It was just the doctor checking on my healing from my surgery back in January. I'm healing very well. That's good. That's good, Dusty. That's good, man. Yeah, definitely get some rest if you need that. Definitely make sure you're getting rested up, buddy. But that's my dog, Dusty, man. Real talk. That's the dog. That's the homie. That's the alien. I don't know if my food ready. Is my food ready yet? When did I order my food, chat? Chat, when did I order my food? Like, what time was it? My food should be ready now. Oh my god. Oh my god. No question, Manhattan, New York, Rockefeller Records, right? Arista Records. But answer this, Rio, what? Verse or quote for 4 minutes of hell. Donnell Shaw. Donnell Shaw. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I swear I don't. But you just go off, bro. Go off, bro. Do what you gotta do. Real talk. Real talk. Was it 20 minutes ago? Yo, my food ready or no? Yo, I'm gonna play this video. I gotta go get my food real quick. I'm hungry, chat. I am hungry. Alright, so let me see this on real quick. Here go Fox News. Y'all know how Fox News is, y'all.
Local tax experts are here.
66
now
lights.
You can meet with a TurboTax expert in your
Fox
community.
News. You know Fox News stay spinning narratives. So here we go.
How early did you show up at the airport ahead of your flight?
4 hours. We wanted to make sure we could get through.
I didn't think that it would take this long to get through this line. It's never this bad.
This is honestly the worst travel experience I've ever had in my life.
Well, that's what happens when Democrats hold DHS and the American people hostage. And even some of them are starting to admit it. Democrat Congressman Don Beyer telling Axios, this is not forcing any change. In the meantime, we're making people hurt. The long lines, that can't make us popular. But Democrats aren't going to do anything to change it. Maybe we're making too much of this, though. I mean, really, the lines are bad, but are there really any serious threats to the homeland?
The intelligence community assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel, advanced, or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range.
Nothing to worry about. Here to weigh in, Texas Congressman Brandon Gill. Congressman, thank you for joining us. If Democrats, they know what's happening, and people are getting really mad. And I mean, you go to the airports, you have to really be careful because people are really on a knife's edge. What do they think they're going to get from the Republican Party? They think you guys are going to crack first?
Well, people are furious, and justifiably so, because they know that we have real threats to the homeland. And despite those real threats, the Democrats are holding up funding for the Department of Homeland Security. But I think if we zoom out here a little bit, it's really clear what the Democrats are doing and why. They're doing two things at the same time here. They're defunding the Department of Homeland Security for the purpose of thwarting and hamstringing the president's immigration agenda to stop him from deporting illegal aliens. But at the same time, they're also fighting tooth and nail against the Save America Act, which would stop those very same illegal aliens from voting in our elections. This whole thing is a cynical ploy, and it's very clear. It's a very straightforward to allow illegal aliens, as many as they possibly can, to vote in our elections to impact the midterms, and we're not going to let them do that.
So how does this get fixed? I mean, they're going to either the Republicans are going to cave or the Democrats are going to cave. But I guess there's got to be one of the two.
I told y'all, man. These people, Fox News, so disingenuous, bro. I swear, bro. Really, bro. Oh, we got to pass the Save America Act because if not, then this is gonna allow so many illegal aliens to participate in our elections and vote in our this narrative is so crazy, man. Like that, I'm telling y'all, they're literally the most disingenuous news platform there is. Like when you go on ground news chat, when you literally go on ground news. And you know how I don't know if you guys ever been. I'll show you ground news real quick. But if you ever go to ground news, right? Ground news provides you literally the left sources, the center sources, and the right sources, right? And so they pretty much put all of the sources together and they gather all the facts, right? And they try to like get as close to the facts as they can, right? And I'm telling y'all right now, 95% of the time, Fox News is mixing their facts. They're never highly factual, ever. I can go to it. Let me see if I can find one right quick. They're the most disingenuous news platform in the world. Fox News, that is, real talk. They're always lying. They lie about a lot. Y'all seen that video when they had the service members come back and Donald Trump went to the funeral for the service members, right? And he had that cap on. You know, he had that. Everybody was complaining about the USA hat that he wore at the funeral or whatever. But Fox News tried to use a video from last year so that their viewers wouldn't catch it. And then when they got caught, they tried to say that it was a mistake. I'm telling y'all, Fox News, so disingenuous, very disingenuous platform. Very. Let me see if I can find an article from these liars. Edward, let me see if I can find this real quick. Where is it at? Y'all, Edward, okay, he all right. He just, he's a zombie, man. You know what I'm saying? He's just a zombie. Watch this. Let me find. Let me see. I gotta find. Come on, man. I don't even want to go on their website, bro. Here we go. New York Post. The New York Post is always mixing facts, right? They're always mixing facts. What did I say right there? Fox News, Fox News, Fox News. Every time. Mix facts. Mix facts. It never fails. They always mixing up the facts. Every time. So you can't trust Fox News. Very untrustworthy.
So Republicans, I imagine, are not going to cave. So do you think the Democrats are going to say, well, we'll table this for now? Is that your prediction?
Well, what I hope they do is come to their senses and recognize, I mean, we've had 4 different domestic attacks from radical Islamic terrorists in the United States just in the past couple of weeks. In 4 different states, 4 different people, but all with the same radical Islamic motive. We're in a conflict with Iran right now. Now is obviously not the time to be playing political games with the president and with Republicans to stop our agenda. So I hope that Democrats come to their senses and do the right thing and fund the Department of Homeland Security, which, by the way, I think the majority of Americans would like to see, particularly those who are waiting for 2 hours in airport lines.
No, it's a nightmare. We got breaking news just a moment ago. Sources are saying that Joe Kent, the former director of the United States National Counterterrorist Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. And the investigation predates his departure. Congressman, your reaction to that tonight? Wow.
Well, there's a lot there, and I think that we need to let this investigation play out, but we shouldn't tolerate any leakers in the administration, particularly regarding classified national security interests and information. So we'll let this play out and see where it goes, but if he was leaking, he ought to be held accountable just like anybody else would be.
Now, 5 minutes ago, he seemed to think that Iran was a big threat, and then suddenly that threat went away. It was very odd. Congressman, thank you very much. Great to see you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and
now we finna show y'all. Y'all heard what they just said about Joe Kent, right? Y'all heard what they just said about Joe Kent, right? Right? Listen, let's go. Listen to the character assassination. Now that he wanted to resign, now all of a sudden he's this, he's that, right? Now they're saying that this, and apparently the investigation predates the resignation. Of course they're gonna say that, Chad. They're gonna say that so they can make it seem like he resigned because he was being probed. That's what they want to make it seem like he resigned because he was being investigated. That's the narrative that Fox News and the president will spin, right? They have to, because they just had one of their top officials resign and come out and say he disagreed with the war. So they have to keep the narrative going. They're gonna do whatever they gotta do to keep the same narrative going. The man ain't being no fucking investigated. It's crazy. Just these people are they're so evil. Fox News people are just evil, y'all. Evil, evil, evil. Evil people. Very disingenuous, evil people. Essentially the devil is what they are.
Nightmare. We got breaking news just a moment ago. Sources are saying that Joe Kent, the former director of the United States National Counterterrorist Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. And the investigation...
Yeah, you better say allegedly. You better say allegedly, ma'am.
Investigation predates his departure.
That's what they have to say. Joe Kent is under investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. 3 sources tell me. What sources tell you? I'm told the investigation predates his departure. They have to say that. I'm telling y'all. If they don't say that, then people like me is going to be like, damn, it's crazy that all of a sudden they're investigating this man. So what they doing now? They got to say that it predates his departure so it can make it look like that's why he resigned. So he don't. The investigation is going to happen either way, whether you stay or you leave. That's what it don't make sense. These people are just such liars, bro.
Sure. Congressman, your reaction to that tonight? Wow.
Well, there's a lot there, and I think that we need to let this investigation play out, but we shouldn't tolerate any leakers in the administration, particularly regarding classified.
That is facts, Dusty. That's facts. That's facts, sweet. Real talk.
National security interests and information. So we'll let this play out and see where it goes. But if he was leaking, he ought to be held accountable just like anybody else would be.
Well, 5 minutes ago, he seemed to think that Iran was a big threat, and then suddenly that threat went away. It was
5 minutes ago, he seemed to think, wait, who's she talking about? Is she talking about Joe? Wait. Now here goes another. Y'all gotta watch the slick narratives. This is a very slick narrative right here, what she just said. Listen.
So he seemed to think that Iran was a big
Hold on.
Where it goes, but if he was leaking, he ought to be held accountable just like anybody else would be.
Well, 5 minutes ago, he seemed to think
5 minutes ago, he seems to think what?
That Iran was a big
what?
Threat. And then
5 minutes ago, Joe Kent is who she's referring to. 5 minutes ago, Joe Kent seemed to think that Iran was a big threat. Now all of a sudden what?
Suddenly that threat went away. It was
Now all of a sudden that threat went away. It was what?
Very odd.
It was very odd. So you see the narrative they're trying to paint on Joe Kent? They're trying to paint it like he used to think that they were a major threat. He leaked information allegedly. The investigation has been going on before the departure to make you think that's why he resigned, because he's being investigated. Dude, it is so easy to figure out how fucking disingenuous and how pathological these people are. Some pathological liars. Birds of a feather flock together. Thank you for subscribing to my channel. Spark, I think. Spark. Somebody named Spark. Thank you for subscribing to my channel. All right. I think we must have forgot. Hold up. We must have forgot. We must have forgot back in 2024.
Hey, if Ashley was
We must have forgot back in 2024.
for Patriots, we're in a bit of trouble. To put it plainly, we need to clear out some space.
Hold up. Let's go back. Let's go back to what Joe Kent said in 2024 real quick. Hold on. Since she said 5 minutes ago, right? So let's go back and see
Lesser
what Joe Kent
clippers.
said in
They're not hard
2024.
enough. The angle is too high. They're not polished. They're not particularly sharp.
We want to start.
Let's hear it from the horse's mouth and not the whore's mouth. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth and not the whore's mouth.
Tonight with a clip from January of 2024. This is from this show, and this is Joe Kent, who later went on to become, until yesterday, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Here it is.
What do you think the immediate and then longer term effects of a war with Iran would be on the United States?
Immediately, it would be very bloody. I have no doubt that we could probably defeat some of their air defense and go in there.
Yo, thank you, Les, for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I just saw it. I appreciate you.
And have another shock and awe campaign. But again, like we saw how the shock and awe campaign in Iraq really didn't actually work in the long run. So I have no doubt that we'd have some immediate results that people would cheer about here in the United States. But Iran, Persia, has always been an empire. It's been around longer than any of the other players in the modern Middle East right now, and they are not going anywhere. If we get deeply involved and deeply entangled with Iran, we are playing right into China's hands, because China would like nothing more than for us to be committing our military industrial base to a war in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, and then to be committing our conventional military power, our blood and our treasure, back in the Middle East. That will make the Pacific, our actual border, extremely vulnerable to Chinese aggression. Or China will simply just watch us bleed out economically as we bleed out on the battlefield on these couple different theaters. It's absolute insanity. It's opening up Pandora's box. And again, for what gain to the American people?
Boom! Boom! There it is right there. Essentially, he never supported us going over there in the first place. So if he never supported us going over there in the first place, shout out to my new subscriber. I can't see the name, but thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. If he never supported us going over there in the first place, putting our face in the business of Iran, right? And Israel, if he never supported us going over there in the first place, then how can that lady on Fox News say that he once supported um he once supported this war, but all of a sudden now he don't support it? How could she say that? Because they're disingenuous. That's why Fox News is the most disingenuous, misinformation-led platform there is, literally. And people watch them all day. It's so crazy, literally. Propaganda-driven platform.
So the very first thing you notice about that clip, which was shot almost exactly a year before the current president was inaugurated, is that it was right. It was prescient. He called it. He called the general outline. Not that it was hard to call, but Joe Kent knows what he's talking about. He spent a lot of his life in that region, and he said a year before this current presidency began, this is a big, serious country. It's the oldest civilization in the region, and if we went to war with Iran, there would be a momentary sugar high. Americans would support it because they support their own country, and they certainly support their military, and people would approve of it. But very quickly, you could see a process by which we got caught there, trapped there, bear trap. Hard to extricate yourself from that. And sitting on the sidelines would be our chief global competitor, China, who would be silently nodding along with a slowly spreading grin, knowing that they were the main beneficiary of what they were seeing.
All right, so I just wanted to make that point about Joe Kent. That's all. I just wanted to make that point real quick.
Oh my goodness. The person who invented this thing is simply a genius because you only.
So let's go to something that happened yesterday, okay? Joe Kent, not Jeff Kent, Joe Kent, yesterday.
I think this is a conservative platform. If I'm not mistaken, y'all can correct me on that PBD podcast. I think this is a conservative platform too. Y'all let me know.
Out of nowhere, puts out a tweet. And by the way, before we read this, Rob, can you do me this? Is the Director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism Center. Rob, can you do me a favor and first go to the tweet that he has pinned to the top of his Twitter account? At the top of his Twitter account, he has a tweet from the president. It's pinned. Thank you, President. It's an honor to serve our nation again. Time to keep our nation safe and strong. It is my pleasure to nominate Joe Kent as the Director of National Counterterrorism Center, as a soldier, Green Beret, and CIA officer. Joe has hunted down terrorists and criminals his entire life. Above all, Joe knows the terrible cost of terrorism, losing his wonderful wife, Shannon, a great American hero who was killed in the fight against ISIS. Joe continues to honor her legacy by staying in the fight. Joe will help to keep America safe by eradicating all terrorism from the jihadists around the world to the cartels in our backyard. Congratulations, Joe. It's February 3rd, 2025, okay? A little over a year ago. Then yesterday, he puts out this tweet. Rob, can we first show how many views this tweet got? He puts out this tweet. Zoom in, 784,000 likes, 234,000 retweets, 67,000 comments, 87 million views. Let's read the letter. Here's what the
87 million views on a letter on Twitter? That's a lot. 87 million views on a letter that he put out on Twitter, bro. Wow.
The letter had to say. After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position. I cannot in good conscience support an ongoing war with Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it's clear that we started this war due to the pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. And by the way, that quote right there is what's gone viral. I support the values and a foreign policy that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and defeating ISIS. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war against Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the U.S. and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic that Israelis used to draw us into a disastrous Iraqi war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who was deployed to combat 11 times and a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon, a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the generation off to fight and die in a war that served no benefit to American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reserve course and chart a new path for our nation, and you can allow us to slip further into decline. You hold the cards. It's an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. Now, this is what he said. The response to it after this went out. Rob, can you go on the tweet and let's just read the top 20 comments and see who responded to it, just to see what the market is saying.
I'm making food and watching. I appreciate you guys being here, hanging out with me today. And so, I didn't realize that 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 letter of resignation. I didn't realize that letter got that many views, y'all. 87 million. I didn't even realize that. I knew it was all over Instagram and I knew it was all over the internet, but 87 million views? That's a lot. That's a lot of people that tuned into that letter. It went viral. It went viral. Why I'm the only one chatting kind of lame. It's like a mean parent that never appreciate their kids today either age out or were taken by terrorists. Taken by what? You talking about some no love on your comment. You can't even get your comment right. That's why it ain't got no love on it.
Under his tweet, because the market's reacting to it. No, just go under his tweet. Yeah, there you go. So, Cenk, make note of everyone's criticizing his patriot. It's a good way of separating who works for Israel.
Make note of everyone criticizing this patriot. It's a good way of separating out who works for Israel, who doesn't. Every Israel first.
Who doesn't. Every Israel first neocon will now either call him a traitor or that Trump's fault. Okay, great. That's his position. Next, interesting. What is that? Joe Kent's tweet. I personally think we should have crushed their ballistic and nuke capes, but Trump has a plan. He has definitely earned the confidence of any clear-eyed observer.
Oh, so Joe Kent in January 8, 2020, he said, I personally think we should have crushed their ballistic and nuke capes, but Trump has a plan. He has definitely earned the confidence of any clear-eyed observer. So that was in 2020. So she brought up the receipts. Sana went and got the receipts from what he said in 2020. Interesting.
January 8, 2020, 6 years ago, go a little bit lower. Now the most toxic voices. Okay, keep going lower. That's the family. Dan, we got that. Just keep going. Just leaving this year. Okay, keep going. Well done. Keep going a little bit lower. Nothing else major. Okay. Boom. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, Rob. Keep going. Okay. So then if this is the stuff that we're seeing, I think right afterwards, there was a lot of different people that responded. We have few of them. So let's go through a few of these things that he said. This is him 3 months ago on Sean Ryan. What does he talk about here on this one, Rob?
This is where he talks, I believe it's the threat to America that Iran poses.
So this is just 3 months ago? Or yes. This is like 3 years ago?
I believe it was 3 months ago.
Okay, let's listen to this. Go forward.
No, bro. You believe it was 3 months ago or you believe it was 3 years ago? Which one was it? You got to get see, that's what I said right there about the right wing. The right wing they mix facts. That's why Ground News always have their articles as mixed factualities, because they will mix up shit for their propaganda, for their agenda, their narrative, they will just mix up a lot of the facts and tell you lies at the same time. I'm telling you, this the most disingenuous people, conservatives, right wing, Fox News, all of them are very disingenuous. Real talk. He just asked the man, was it 3 months ago or was it 3 years ago? Which one? He said, I don't know. I believe it was 3 months ago. Bro, get your facts right. You you're reporting news. Like, get your facts right. What do you mean? I don't know. This is crazy, bro. This is conservatism right here all day long. This is conservatism.
Keep going, Rob. Keep going. Okay. So then if this is the stuff that we're seeing, I think right afterwards, there was a lot of different people that responded. We have few of them. So let's go through a few of these things that he said. This is him 3 months ago on Sean Ryan. What does he talk about here on this one, Rob?
This is where he talks, I believe it's the threat to America that Iran poses.
So this is just 3 months ago? Or
Yes.
this is like 3 years ago?
I believe it was 3 months ago.
Okay, let's listen to this. Go forward.
They're still.
I think he know what it is. I think he know what it is. What? Oh, was this just 3 months ago, or was this 3 years ago? These people.
It's still a threat. How does the president respond to it, Rob? Do you have that clip?
I do.
Okay. So let's go, guys. I'm going to come.
He's not saying, man. I'm telling y'all. Look, what they're not saying is that this is so disingenuous, bro. We know that Iran, and Iraq do not like each other. We know this, right? And just because we have American soldiers in the region in Iraq, it's not going to stop Iran from doing what they got to do. It doesn't mean that they pose a threat to Americans. Of course, they're going to pose a threat to Americans if you're helping out their enemies. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're just so disingenuous, dog. Like, I'm telling y'all, I can't stand, like, oh my gosh. If you don't know, then don't act like you do. It's crazy how news stations do stuff like that. It's crazy how it's crazy. But no, Dusty, they know what be going on, but they have to. The agenda must continue. The narrative must be spun. You know what I'm saying? They must spin the narrative. They have to, right? They sitting here acting like they don't know that Iran and Iraq has been in conflict for decades. So just because we got American soldiers over there, they're posing it like they're spinning it as if Iran is threatening America, like or threatening American people, right? Or American soldiers. Of course, if they're in the region, they will be threatened. But it's more like an indirect threat. Like, we know you there, but you better get out because we're not gonna stop doing this. We're not gonna stop, whatever the case may be. It's just crazy, man. These people are just so disingenuous. I can't stand it. It makes me sick, man.
We got a few other things. Speaker Johnson. There's a bunch of different guys that reacted to it, and we can process it together. Go for it.
At Kinesis, we protect your savings with a passive income paid in gold every single month.
Your Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying.
He said Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States. He said Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States. He said Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States. That's exactly what he said. After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center, effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran poses no imminent threat to our nation. That's what he said. That's what he said. But I told y'all these people are disingenuous. They can never tell the truth. Every time you read their articles, they have mixed factualities, right? They lie intentionally to spin narrative, to promote propaganda, to push their agendas. That's Fox News. That's conservatism. That's right wing, anything. These people are just not truthful, right?
For years that president should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if, I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash? Hundreds of millions of dollars. You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they said hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember. Hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think they had two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or D.C. that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever
You can pause it
did
right
anything.
there. You can pause it right there. So Joe Kent, with his letter, with what he said, Tom, where are you at with it?
The guy changed. You see people, there's a lot of people in American media, American government appear to be shifting. And he is clearly shifted. You can't say Iran wasn't arming and funding Houthis, Hezbollah. You can't say that. How do you possibly say that? And he himself gave statistics about the number of attacks on our bases and our interest in the region. Not just interest, not like an oil refinery, oh, I'm interested in that. These were our men and women in arms that were attacked. How can you say Iran is not a threat? You can debate the nuclear. Was it 4 days? Was it 4 months? Or was it a year until they had nuclear weapon? Well, they were sure testing missiles. They were building they were building ballistic missiles. So you can talk about that, even if you want to debate how close were they with centrifuges and refining the uranium. But to say that,
Man, we've been terrorizing these people for 40 something years, man. The United States is we've been terrorizing the Iranian people for 40 something years. When we found out that them people had oil underneath their surface, right? Back in the 70s, whatever the case may be, back in the 60s, I believe it was the 70s. When we found out them people had all that oil and they didn't know what to do with it, right? We sent our oil companies over there. We sent our people over there to go over there and help them extract the oil from out of the land, right? And so them people started to realize that this is our land, right? We understand that you guys are coming over here. The United States is coming over here. You're sending BP over here to help us out and all that stuff. But you're making majority of the money. You're not giving us anything. And so once they learn how to actually do what they were taught to do, once they learn how to do those things, how to extract the oil from the land, how to actually do that, they didn't need the United States taking all their money no more. Right? They they didn't need those oil companies anymore over there, those oil refineries over there. They didn't need it. And so we've been in conflict ever since. We've been in conflict ever since. When they realized that America was making all the money, they said no, 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 no. No, 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 no. We appreciate you guys coming over here helping us learn how to do this, but you're not going to be making all of the money. Come on. And that's what it's been about. That's what it's been about the entire time. Somebody said, "What's the best way to fix this?" Edom Esau about to slap. What? Said Edom / Esau about to get slapped in this war, and I'm loving every second of it. I hear you, but how many Americans will stand with a draft, and how many cowardly Dodgers? And I'm reading old comments.
Iran wasn't a threat. After you go back and everything, I do know this. The guy's a patriot. He's a decorated soldier. He endured one of the most horrible losses you can endure. But I don't understand what appears to be a radical change in position.
Jeff.
Yeah, there's a couple things here that really stick out. One is to parse his statement, which, I mean, what else are we going to do, right? We're going to parse every last word. When he says imminent threat, I tend to agree with him because, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Mark Moss had that wonderful chart that showed missile production going faster than our ability to destroy it. So I think the idea, I don't want to say this is, Iraq WMD, but I think it's the same kind of idea here, that the Trump administration said, I don't believe that there was a plan by Iran to attack everybody overnight. It wasn't an imminent threat. I think the idea was, if we're going to attack Iran and get rid of their leadership, we have to do it now. It was the imminent threat. Maybe wasn't it wasn't an explicit threat. Which, I mean, you can argue about that, but if you wanted to read his statement charitably, there probably was not an imminent threat. Of course, I have no idea. I'm not a security expert by any means, but just going off the language of what we've been talking about, I don't think there was an explicit imminent threat that said we need to go attack Iran. If that's your problem, obviously he was in favor of doing something about the Iranian leadership. Maybe he doesn't like the strategy that Trump has chosen to do something about it. You could give him the most charitable view. However, I have a problem with right there in the first quote, or the first paragraph, bringing in the Israel and Israel lobby. That changes this entire character to something political. So if it was just an analytical statement where he left that part out, I would say, look, I mean, yeah, maybe he's probably right. There's something to the statement. By bringing in this whole Israel lobby, it changes the character of what he's trying to say, and it makes it
I have a lot of thoughts on this. Brandon, I want to hear your thoughts.
Makes it what?
Yeah, I mean, I could totally see the side of people being upset about another foreign war. We're $30 trillion in debt because of the last foreign war in the Middle East that we got stuck in. So, I mean, we see that, but also Iran's been something that we've probably had to deal with for the last 48, 49 years. Like, it's always something that we were gonna have to face at some point. I don't think that they have the enriched uranium.
But people be saying that like it was our fault, though. People be saying like we had to deal with Iran the last 47 years like it was our fault. I mean like it was their fault. I told like we had to deal with them for the last 40 something years. Like, who created the initial conflict between America and Iran? Who did it? Who created the initial conflict between America and Iran? Some could argue both of them did. Both of them came to a disagreement on who would control the oil on their land. Babylon got to fall is biblical. Are we supposed to just sit here protesting and wait for our doomsday? If you're speaking about problems, then man, and go find out for yourself.
That people are saying they do, but I do think that they're probably the biggest problem in terms of world instability, in terms of Middle East instability that we did have to address at some point. If any administration was going to address it, I'd want this one to be the one to do it because I think Trump actually listens to the military generals and chooses the best plans to go forward with instead of kind of.
Sir said Israel. Oh my gosh.
Putting the handcuffs on the military the way that a lot of other presidents have. So I don't know if it's been executed perfectly yet. I think a lot of his other military attacks or military missions have been done pretty perfectly and meticulously. But if anyone was going to be doing this, I'm glad it's him. But yeah, I could see the argument where it's not the best thing for America because it could cost a lot of money and lives. So I can see both sides of it.
Yeah, Rob, do you want to pull up? The tweet by Tulsi? There you go. Donald Trump was overwhelmingly elected by the American people to be our president, commander in chief. As our commander in chief, he is responsible for determining what is and is not an imminent threat and whether or not to take action. He deems necessary to protect the safety and security of our troops, the American people, and our country. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the president, commander in chief, with best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. So the way I read this,
But he took conclusions. I mean, it's funny that she would come out and say that after he literally sh- uh, shitted on her advice. He literally pissed all on her advice. So it's funny that Tulsi Gabbard would actually come out and say that. But we know she have to. At the end of the day, we know she has to do that. We know that's what she has to do, y'all. All right. Anyways, chat. I've been live for how long have I been live? 4 hours on the dot. Wow, that's it for me, guys. That is it for me. We've been live for 4 hours. Yeah, the president should be the will of the country. We've been live for 4 hours, guys. Thank you guys so much. We're gonna get ready to cut the live right now, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. We didn't get. I don't think we got 100 likes, but maybe we'll get it next time. But anyway, you guys take care. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday, Junior. Make sure you guys have a great weekend, and I will see you guys another time. We will be back. Much love to you all.